Muted.
All right, guys. So so I'm Jay. Before we get started here, does anyone have any questions? Anyone here in Astoria? Any of you guys have any questions regarding UFT? Any issues that you guys were having with the software, anything like that? Yeah.
I was trying to get the full but then that's the debugger.
Oh, the debugger?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, when you install UFT 12.0, you need to make sure that that you follow the directions that I've set out here. So 12.0 software, right? You came over here first and you installed from the zip file, right? You installed whatever the software was over here. You got that done, and now you're getting that issue with the script debugger when you installed it, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue that you're getting. So the solution to that is this thing right here. You also need to download and install this component after you install UFT on your machine. Okay? So come over here, click on this, and you click on download. It's going to download a zip file. You extract that zip file and you follow the instructions to install it. What you need to do, you follow the program itself to install it. It's not difficult to install. What you need to make sure of, though, is that when you're installing it where you installed UFT. Now, if you followed my instructions to install UFT, then that means that on your C drive, you will have a UFT folder. Okay? And within your UFT folder, you will have this bin folder. This bin folder gets created automatically when you install UFT. Okay? So where you're going to install that additional component, you're going to install it over here in the bin folder. Okay? And it's going to, the program itself will ask you where to install that debugger. This is where you want to specify. On your C drive, in the UFT folder, in the bin folder. Okay? That's where you want to install that. Your UFT should be working fine, even without the script debugger. It's just when we do some debug runs, it's going to help you in debugging your script, which we'll get to a little bit later on. Okay? All right. Okay. Any other? How do we know the application that we're testing is a web-based application, ActiveX, Visual Basic, Java, SAP, all that kind of stuff? That's a very good question. If you're on a website, you're going to use the web add-in. Okay? These applications, for example, if we wanted to test Facebook, right? You can come over here. We can go over to Facebook.com. Okay. You can go over to Facebook.com and start testing this, okay, using UFT. Now, this Facebook.com has not been created only using HTML, okay? HTML is simply the language that's used to present it to us, right? HTML is what tells tells the web to put this header over here in blue and put this text in white and in this font. Right? HTML is what tells, instructs the application to present this button over here in a green background with white text. That's what HTML does. Okay? That's all it does. All right? That's what HTML does. But the background, what this application is actually built on, can be many different languages. It can be Java, it can be VB.NET, it can be ASP, right? There's many different things, many different technologies that have been put together to create Facebook.com, okay? But at the end of the day, it's a web application, all right? And so we would use the web add-in to test it because we're accessing the application through the web, right? Now, if we were to test, for example, Outlook.com, right? That's a Windows application, right? We don't need any add-in for that, right? But that's not a web application, okay? That's not a web application. That's a client-server application, right? You guys understand that, right? It's a client-server application. But, sorry? It doesn't access the web in the same way that we would access the web, right? It does transfer data through the internet, right? Outlook, right? But it doesn't access the web in this sense. It doesn't go to any URL, any website, okay, where we would access the website and, you know, perform some actions on it. The application is not sitting on the web, okay? It just transmits data through the web, right? So Outlook.com is something that is not a web application, okay? Hold on one second. Hello? All right, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, to know what type of add-in to use, right? You're going to, when you're on the job, you're going to have an understanding of what type of application it is. If it's a Java application, or an SAP application, or a Visual Basic application, right? Or a web application, okay? And if it's a web application, you'll know that by the fact that you're going to have to access the web in order to access the application. Okay. In that sense, if that's the case, then you would use the web add-in, regardless of whether the application was also built using Java and C++ and SAP and all these other things. Okay. Does that make sense, guys? Yes? Okay. All right, what are the windows compatible for UFT 12.0? So UFT 12.0 will work with Windows 7 and above. I've worked with UFT 12.0 on Windows 7, 8, and 10. Okay. What is the fire event? Fire event is something that we're going to talk about a little bit later on, not right now. I think we lost audio. Can you guys hear me online? 10:20. Oh no, I had paused it. Sorry. No, I'm not going to give you guys the quiz today. I'm not going to give you guys a quiz today. I'm going to give you guys a quiz next week, and that's going to cover record and run, drag and drop, object repository, basically everything that we're going to cover that we covered last week and what we're going to cover this week. Okay. And my plan is towards the end of tomorrow, we should get into descriptive programming. Okay, so descriptive programming won't be on the quiz, but it'll cover everything about record and run and another method that we're going to talk about called drag and drop as well, and more about the object repositories as well. Okay. Okay. Are you going to take class from Virginia campus tomorrow? No. I'm going to be in Brooklyn tomorrow. Okay. So this weekend I'm in New York. Why do you still run on Windows 7? I like Windows 7. Okay. I personally never really got into Windows 8, and then Windows 10 I just really haven't had a chance to really work with. So I really like Windows 7. That's why I use it on my Mac. Okay. All right. So what were we working on last time? Let's do a really quick review. Oh man. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. So when your license does run out, right, this is what you guys need to be doing. if you have Windows 12, or sorry, UFT 12.0 installed on your machine, right? Let's see. Could we use 12.53, which is the latest version? Yes, you definitely can use 12.53. It looks a little bit different. It looks a little bit more new than 12.0. The functionality is pretty much the same thing, though. Okay, but I'm not sure if this reset trial will work for the 12.53. I know that it works for 12.0 and it also works for 12.02, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it works for the later versions. Okay, so to reset, you're going to come to that UFT12 folder that you downloaded, right? That you downloaded and extracted. And you have all this stuff, and remember the installation was telling you to double-click on the setup, right? And we followed through with the installation process. To reset that trial, we have this reset UFT trial program here. Okay? All we're going to do, we're going to right-click on this and run as administrator. Click OK. And it's asking for the UFT executable path. We're going to click on Browse. And we want to make sure that we're coming back to that UFT folder and inside that bin folder. This is where we want to come, wherever our UFT is installed. Okay? Wherever the UFT is installed, we need to come to that location's bin folder. Okay? Once we're in the bin folder, we're going to click on any folder here, right? Press the U on my keyboard, and I come to UFT. I need to click on this UFT here. Not uft.exe.config, not this one, not this UFT icon, just UFT, which is, and the type here would be applications. Okay? So I'm going to double click on this, and I see this folder structure here, right? This path. On the C drive, I have that UFT folder. Within the UFT folder, I have this bin folder. Within the bin folder, I have the uft.exe. That executable file. This is the actual application, the program that actually runs when we double-click on UFT on our desktop, right? So we have this, then we're going to click on Reset Trial, and we get this message that says don't click on the OK button, so we're not going to click on the OK button, right? It says that it's going to go away automatically in 1 second. If it doesn't go away automatically in a couple of seconds, we'll click OK ourselves. And then another one's going to pop up. It says don't click on the OK button again. This pop-up will close automatically in 5 seconds. Again, we'll wait another 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. And then we'll continue. We'll click OK. All right, trial version reset successful. Open QTP after 10 seconds. So everything is good. We can close this. And we can, I'm going to eject my drive. Okay. All right, and so now we can open up UFT again, and we should be good to go again with the 30-day trial. Okay? All right. Where do we get the reset? That's in that UFT12 folder that you downloaded from the forum. That UFT12 zip file, and then you extracted it. It's in there. This reset trial program is in that folder. Okay. All right, so let's continue. And we get this add-in manager. Again, what are we doing over here by selecting any one of these things? These are the add-ins, right? What are we doing when we're selecting any one of these things? Sorry?
So you could work only one way, which is taking away all the, so if you want to work on activate or so basically.
Okay, so, right. So if we're working on a web application, we're going to select this web add-in. And by selecting the web add-in, what are we telling UFT?
Just looking for the web application.
We're telling UFT to look out for objects that are normally found in a web application, right? If we select this Visual Basic add-in, then we're telling UFT to look out for objects that are normally found in a Visual Basic application, right? You guys remember this, right? Okay. If I don't select any of these, then what can I do with UFT?
Windows-based.
Just work on, I can test Windows applications, right? I can test that calculator, for example, right? Because that's that calculator, this is a Windows application. I can test it without any add-ins, right? Because that Windows testing capability is already built into UFT, right? Okay, so let's click OK. Yes, the reset thing is the same concept with the 11.5. It'll also work with that 11.5. You have to just follow the same steps, and it'll work with that. Okay. So let's create a new script. Okay. And we had finished last week, I believe. We had talked about checkpoints, and we had talked a little bit about output values, right? So I'm going to create another script using checkpoints and output values, and then we'll move on to the drag and drop method. Okay? And we'll also talk a little bit more about the object repository and properties and values and things like that as well. Okay? All right. So let's talk about checkpoints and output values. And we'll change this location to weekend. Right. Okay. So, what are we going to do? We're going to record a script, right? I'm going to come here and select the second one. We'll work on admins for right now. Click apply, click OK. Okay. And before I move on from here, I want to add some checkpoints, right? So what can I add checkpoints on? Let's add some checkpoints on things other than this image, this auto calculators, and some of the things that we've done before. What else can I add checkpoints on? What would be a good object here on this page to apply a checkpoint to? No, other than the ones that I've done before, right? Sorry? I think I might have done that before already, so let's pick something else. We can do a text checkpoint, but let's do it on something else that makes sense, that can prove that we're on the right page. On a web button. Okay, so on this go button? Yeah? All right, so we can do that. So let's add what type of checkpoint should we add? For that web button, for this web button, this go web button, what type of checkpoint should we add? Anyone? Standard checkpoint, right. All right. You click on standard checkpoint and then come here and click on the go button, right? And click OK. All right. Okay. And let's say we give it a checkpoint timeout of 5 seconds. And here we're going to be verifying these couple of properties here, right? And what we're saying is that when we run the script, right, an object with all of these properties and values must be present on the page, right? An object with all of these properties and values must be present on the page in order for the checkpoint to pass, right? Okay, so we're going to click OK. That's fine. What else can we add a checkpoint to? Sorry? The amount. Where is the amount? What amount? Oh, this web edit over here, is that what you're talking about? Yeah? Okay, so we can say that if this web edit exists, then that calculator also exists, right? And it's available for us to begin testing it, right? Does that make sense? So let's come here. What type of checkpoint? Standard checkpoint. Huh? No. We're not capturing a value. right? We just want to verify that this object exists, right? You want to verify that the object exists. If you wanted to capture some property value, then we could use an output value, right? If you wanted to capture some value, then we could use an output value. But if we just want to verify that something exists on the page, right, then we just use a checkpoint, right? Because a checkpoint is what returns a pass or a fail, right? An output value, does it return a pass or a fail? Does it return pass or fail, guys, or no? Output value.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Output value simply captures the property value that we specify and stores it in our data table, right? We'll do that again today. Okay, but that's all it does. It doesn't return a pass or fail. Okay? Checkpoint is what returns that pass or fail. So we're going to come here and click on standard checkpoint. Click on that web edit, and we'll click OK. And again, we want to verify that a couple of these properties, that all of these properties that we selected here are present when we run the test, right? Okay? So, yeah, that's fine. Okay, and we can say again, checkpoint timeout of 5 seconds, right? And we'll click OK. What is the difference between standard output value checkpoint and text output value checkpoint, and when to use them? Okay, so for us, what's the difference between the standard output value and the text output value, and when to use them? Okay, so again, we have standard output value and we have text output value, right? Let's actually do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter 450 here, right? We're going to press tab. Okay. Now, as soon as I press tab, it added the line here to my script. Okay, to set 450. Okay, it added that line. I want to verify. My test is that I want to verify that the 450 that I enter on this page is the same that's being presented on the second page, right? You guys remember when we click on the go button, we see 450 or whatever price we enter over here, monthly payment or as we enter over here, we see that on the second page, right? I want to verify that that is happening, right? So how do I do that? Think about what I'm asking. I'm not asking that, you know, does this object exist on the page, right? That's not what I'm asking. If I was asking that, then we would use a checkpoint, right? But what I'm saying is I'm laying out a scenario for you where I want to verify, I want to test that when I enter 450 or 550 or 600 or whatever number I put here on this web edit, and then when I click the go button, I want to make sure that it appears on the second page, right? That same value appears on the second page. Make sense? So to do that, I can use output values, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to capture the output, one of the property values from this web edit, right? I know that the web edit exists because I have the checkpoint on there now, right? So I can verify that this object, the web edit exists, but now I want to simply capture this 450 that I've entered here, okay? I'm going to capture it and I'm going to store it. Okay, then I'll continue with my test. I'm going to click on the go button. And then when I get to the second page, then I want to capture that value from that web edit field that has the same price, this monthly payment, right? And later on, we'll talk about how we can compare those two values. And when we compare those two values, then we can say if they're the same, then the test passed. If they're not the same, then the test failed. Does that make sense, guys? Yes? So let's try this out. Okay. So let's try this out. I'm going to come here, click on standard checkpoint, and click on this. Okay? Now, oh, what am I doing? Sorry, not standard checkpoint, standard output value. I'm sorry. Standard output value. Right? And we click on this. You see how applying an output value is the same procedure as applying a checkpoint? Right? It's pretty much the same thing. We have to be in record mode. We come over here and we select which one we want, what type of output value we want. And then we have here the output value properties, right? The process is almost similar to checkpoints, right? Now, only difference here is with this output value properties, right? I want to specify which property value I want to capture, right? I want to specify which property value I want to capture, okay? What do you guys think I should capture here from this list? This value property right here, right? So the property is value, right? And the value of this is 450, yeah? So we'll check that, okay? And the output type is going to our data table, right? And this is the name, and we'll click OK. Okay? And now we're going to click on Go. Okay. Now before I apply checkpoints and everything, I want to verify. You see this your target monthly payment? This web edit has 450, right? So it's pulling this number from that web edit that we entered on the first page, right? I want to verify this. I want to validate that this number that's here in this web edit is the same as what I entered on the first page, right? So I'm going to come here, standard output value, and I'm going to capture this. So what am I doing here? And I'm going to capture the same property or value, 450. Because why am I capturing this property? Because this property here has this value, 450, which is what I want to verify, right? I want to verify that 450 on the first page is the same thing as the 450 on the second page, right? So it can happen. Think about this, guys. It can happen that I enter 200 on the first page, right? And I capture that, and it's so the value that was captured was 200 on the first page. And then I click on the Go button, and I come to this page, the second page here. And over here, what's presented to me in this web edit is 450. It's possible. There could be a problem there, right? So what I'm doing is I'm capturing the value from the first page web edit, and I'm going to capture the value from this second page web edit, and then I'm going to compare those two. Okay? Do you see the process here for verifying this connection? Does that make sense, guys? Okay. So I click OK. All right. Let's see here. I want to verify. What else can I verify here that I haven't already? What other objects can I apply checkpoints on this page that I haven't already done so previously? What other objects can I apply checkpoints?
Do we have to ever verify like a web checkpoint or HTML checkpoint or XML checkpoint?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
The web checkpoint and XML or HTML checkpoint is like in the middle of the list, towards the end of the list when you click on
XML.
I mean, do we have to do that in build way?
You can. Well, when we talk about something called environment variables, we'll talk a little bit about these XML checkpoints as well, because we're going to be using XML.
How is the web checkpoint?
What checkpoint?
Okay, it's not here. Sorry. I think saw some, maybe in other version of the ERP that I saw web checkpoint or something.
A web checkpoint?
When you install it, when you start an application, it has to be Windows. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the checkpoint. I think I saw it in different version. I'm sorry about that.
I'm not sure. I've never heard of a web checkpoint. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, some of these checkpoints we're going to talk about later. For example, the database checkpoint, database output value. When we talk about database testing, right, a little bit later in the course, we'll talk about this checkpoint as well at that time. Accessibility checkpoint, this is if we're testing accessibility. For example, there's a standard for government applications, government websites, right? It's called 508, Section 508, okay? And what this regulation or this standard basically lays out is that government applications, federal applications, websites, must be accessible by people that are partially blind, as well as normal people like you and me. Okay? So they have to develop their applications, their websites, in ways that people that are partially blind can also work with them, work with those applications. Okay? And there's a whole list of, standards and regulations that these websites have to match, have to meet, right? And so to verify that, we could use this accessibility check. Okay? All right. Let's say over here, loan term, here it says months, right? I want to make sure that it says months and not years, right? Because over here we have, 36 months, which is 3 years, 48 months, which is 4 years, 60 months, which is 5 years, and so on, right? So I want to make sure that this says months instead of years, right? I want to verify this. So I can use what type of checkpoint? Sorry? No. This is a web list right here. This object right here is a web list. But I want to verify that this text right here appears.
Text area checkpoint?
I could use text area checkpoint. I could probably also use a text checkpoint, right? Let's come here. Text checkpoint, right? I have this highlighted already, right? So I'm going to come here and click on this. I want to check that month is displayed between these two parentheses. Now that doesn't really help me out though, because this month can be anywhere else on the page, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Just the fact that the word month is appearing between the parentheses is not enough for me to validate that it says months in the right place. Why? Because it could say months over here, your target monthly payment, and it could say months over here, right?
So
under this.
You could use the area, right?
I could use area, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight all of this, right? And let's see what happens when I highlight everything here. And I get a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay? So that's not going to work, right? That's not going to work. But what I can do is I can highlight everything including the parentheses, right? I can highlight everything including the parentheses, okay? And I'll click on text checkpoint. And I get, again, a whole bunch of other stuff.
So you just highlight what you need and then get rid of the rest, right?
Sorry?
Highlight what you need.
Yeah, exactly. When I come across something like this, I can come over here to configure and highlight what I need, right? But the problem is this is one word, so it's going to be kind of difficult to find all of it, or find that one word in all of this thing over here. Okay, so that's one of the issues that we have here with checkpoints, with text checkpoints here. Let's also try something called that text area checkpoint, and let's see how that works out. Okay, text area checkpoint. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and highlight that, and let's see what happens. Check that, blank is displayed. It didn't capture anything. Yeah? Let's try it again. Text area checkpoint. Again, nothing. Yeah? But I can configure. Sorry? No,
We just highlight loan term and.
Right. Now, exactly. Now, let's try text area checkpoint again. And let's take all of this. And again, still nothing. Okay? Guys, I'm presenting these checkpoints, right? And I'm showing you guys that we have difficulty sometimes in creating these checkpoints or creating these alpha values, right? And one of the reasons that I'm trying to emphasize on this, right, is because when we move into descriptive programming, right, many of you guys will have questions, okay, on basically why are we doing descriptive programming? What's the point, right? If UFT is able to create our script for us, and if we can, create our test a lot easier using UFT, then what's the point of descriptive programming? Why do we even need to do that? Why can't we just get paid the $100,000 using record and run, right? The reason is that there are things that UFT can do really well, okay? But when we use descriptive programming, we have control over the script. We are controlling every single aspect of our script when we use descriptive programming, okay? And when we have control, we know what exactly is it doing. When with descriptive programming, we can create these checkpoints, okay? And it'll take us 2 minutes to write out that line, or that set of lines. Whereas over here, I've been struggling trying to create this text checkpoint, verify that month, and I've been spending maybe 5 minutes trying to get it to work. Do you understand? And you'll see this when we actually get into descriptive programming. Okay? I've shown you already how to create text checkpoints, right? How to create these standard checkpoints, how to create these bitmap checkpoints and all that stuff. And it's good, it's really good information that you need to know. You can definitely be asked questions on this in interviews, right? But my goal is to make you guys experts with VBScript and descriptive programming, because on the job, when you guys get jobs, you guys are going to get jobs as test automation engineers, all right? Test automation engineers don't use record and run, okay? Not for the most part. They do sometimes, okay? There are some things that you need to use record and run for, okay? But for the most part, I'm trying to make you guys experts in actually using UFT and doing automation testing, right? And so majority of this course is going to be focused on descriptive programming and VBScript and using your own logic, applying your own logic rather than relying on the tools logic, okay? All right, so let's come here. Let's try this one last time here. Let's see, text area checkpoint. No, still nothing. Okay, so no problem, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll highlight this and we'll do a text checkpoint. What? No. Text checkpoint on the months, right? And we can say 5 seconds here, right? We can match the case, right? What if I select this option over here, text not displayed? What are we doing here? What are we telling UFT? What are we trying to verify over here? If I select this text not displayed. Anyway. No, I'm good. We did lunch. Yeah, that's good. Okay. If I was to select this option, text not displayed, right? I want to verify that this text is no longer there, is no longer present on the application. Right? Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to verify this?
So, is it like the previous version of the application of the statement?
Exactly. Yeah. So in this version of the application, we have months present over here. The requirements, however, say that in the next version of the application, the word month is no longer going to be there. Right? Make sense? Another example. You guys, I'm sure many of you guys have, iTunes accounts, and you guys accept the licensing terms and all that kind of stuff, right? Most of you guys accept it without reading, right? Which is what the norm is, right? Okay? Huh? I'm good, yeah, thank you. Those licensing, those terms, they change every now and then, right? Right? Some terms are added, some terms are taken out, and these are all displayed sometimes on the application. It can be displayed on a web application, right? Now, that text that's there has been confirmed by that company's legal department. So there's a specific reason why a text must be exactly the way it is. Does that make sense? So we want to verify that this text is there and it's part of the legal, mumbo jumbo that's there, right? We want to verify that. That's why we would have a text checkpoint. We can select this text not displayed because we want to verify that this part of the text is no longer going to be there in the next version of the application. Okay? For example, if some term has to be taken out, some legal, licensing term has to be taken out, right? That needs to be taken out, so we want to verify that it actually has been taken out. Right? Is that clear? All right. So we click OK. All right, now let's continue with this. What's the zip code over here? Zip code here? Huh? No. What is the zip code here? Yeah. Oh, you don't know? Anyone know what the zip code is over here? Okay. Huh? Sure. 11788. 11788. Yeah? Okay. Update zip code. Right? We're going to continue on with our script here, so we're going to select this loan term, this finance rate. We'll come in, enter a value for our trade-in, value owed on our trade-in, and cash down payment. We'll click on calculate. Right? Now, I want to verify that this value is correct. Every time. I want to verify that this value, this 21,700, given these inputs, right? Given this test data being input into the application, I want to verify that the max price here is 21,700. How do I do that? Do I use a checkpoint or do I use an output value? Okay, so if we use an output value, then what would we have to do?
It will be set data table, right? Although we can configure it, but by default it's just into the data table.
It'll be put in the data table, right?
Later on, we have to use some kind of technique to compare.
Right, so we would have to later on compare what this expected result would be with the actual result. Actual result will be captured when we run the script, right? What if I was to use a checkpoint? Then what? Then what would happen? What if I was to use a checkpoint? What would happen then? So with an output value, we would capture this 21,700, save it on our data table, and then later on we can compare, right? We can say that if this captured value is 21,700, then it passes. Otherwise it fails, right? But what if we were to use a checkpoint on this? Can we use a checkpoint on this? Can we apply a checkpoint on this object that I've just highlighted here? Yes? Yeah, we can. And what would happen if I was to use a checkpoint? What would a checkpoint do? It would check, okay, so we would apply what type of checkpoint on this object? Sorry? Standard checkpoint. We would apply a standard checkpoint, right? Because what does a standard checkpoint do?
If we don't know the system to what type of component is that, then we use the standard checkpoint.
Yeah, we can use standard checkpoint as something that we can use on pretty much any type of object.
Right.
Okay.
If you,
but what does a standard checkpoint actually do, though? It verifies that an object exists, right? It verifies that an object exists, but how does it do that? How does it verify that an object exists? It compares the properties and values, right? It compares the properties and values, right? So it's going to, what we can do is if we use a standard checkpoint, we can look at some property that has a value of 21,700 in it for this object. And we can say that if this object with this property value exists, then the test is passed. So let's come here. Let's take a standard checkpoint. Okay, and this is an object called a web element, right? It's not text, it's not an image, it's not some edit field, right? It's not a button or a link that we can click, right? It's something called a web element. We'll click OK. And we see here inner text of 21,700. You see that? And we also have this HTML tag of span. So what we're saying, let's look for both of these properties for this object, right? What we're saying here is when we run the test, we want to look for a web element object, right? We want to look for a web element object that has both of these properties and values. If it just has one, the HTML tag, for example, if there's a web element on the page that has only this web element, this HTML tag of span, will the checkpoint pass? No. If there's a web element object that has an inner text of 21,700, only this 21,700 inner text, will it pass? No. If there is a, let's say, a web link that has an inner text of 21,700 and an HTML tag of span, will it pass? No, because it's not a web element. It has to be a web element, and it has to have both the properties and values. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah? All right. So just click OK, and let's stop the test. Okay, cool. All right, so let's save this. And now we have our script, right? And let's actually delete that line there. Okay, let's take a look at our object repository. What is the keyboard shortcut, guys, to open up the object repository? Control R, very good. Okay. And so now we see here this auto calculators and calculator how much car, and we see a couple of checkpoints and output values over here, right? See a couple of checkpoints here, all in our object repository, right? Okay. Now, let's see here. This line right here. This line right here. Who can read this line? Tell me what it means. What's actually happening here? Who can read this? Yeah? Go ahead.
So this line saying you need to go to a browser with references auto calculator,
Okay.
then go to the page of the browser with references in auto calculator, and then go to the web page of this page with references calculator default value and set the value of this web page as appropriate.
Right. Okay. So we have a browser. It's being referenced within the object repository with this name, AutoCalculators. Within this browser, we have a page. That page is being referenced within the object repository with this name. Within that page, we have a web edit. That web edit is being referenced in the object repository with this name. Right? Make sense? Yeah. Once UFT identifies this web edit within the object repository, it will then come and take these properties and values to find the object in the application. Right? Make sense? You guys remember when I drew out diagram, that flow, right? So we're reading, where are we? So first UFT is reading this line right here, this part of the line, right? Browser auto calculators. It comes into the object repository, finds this browser, right? Then UFT reads this line, this part of the line, page auto calculators, and it finds this page right here, right, within that browser. And then within that page, there's a web edit called calc default value. There we go. That's calc default value. And then UFT will read this information right here, right? UFT is going to read this information right here and find it in the application. Find it over here. This 450 right here. This web edit object right here. Make sense? That's how it works, right? Now, let's take a look at these. Let's also, one more thing here, right? This thing here that I've just highlighted, what is this? Sorry? Page? It's not the page. The page is actually sitting right here. This is the page. So what did I highlight? What is this thing that I've highlighted? What is this thing that I'm highlighting over here? What is this? The name of the object. Can you be more clear?
Yeah, it's the name of the object. Sorry.
The name of the object. So you're saying that this object here is called calc default value?
I mean, it's in, when you go to the HTML, I probably
What about this thing right here?
Okay, this is the, I mean, this is not the name of the object, it's referencing this name, as this name.
Who's referencing this object?
The browser, Internet Explorer basically is recognizing it.
Internet Explorer is recognizing itself?
It's calling a web calculator, but we can change it to mean whatever we want, right?
We can change it, right. So this, what I'm highlighting here, auto calculators over here for the browser, auto calculators for the page, calc default value for the web edit. These are what's called the logical name, right, of these objects, okay? This is not the technical description of the object. This is simply the logical name. This is how you and I reference that object. We know that there's a browser in our object repository called auto calculators. We can come to our object repository and we can see, okay, yeah, we see a browser here called auto calculators. So we know we're working with this browser. Within that browser, we can see a page that's being referenced by this name, auto calculators. We can see here, auto calculators, right? So we know that this object, this web edit object, will be within this page, auto calculators, not within this calculator how much car page, right? Calc default value is the name of a web edit, which is sitting within this auto calculators page, and we see it here, right? So we are using this information to help us find these objects within our object repository, right? What does UFT need in order to find the object in the application? Properties and values. Properties and values, right? That's it. This is what information UFT needs to identify it. Okay? This line right here, this entire line right here, simply tells UFT where to look in the object repository to find this information. This line that over here that I've just highlighted, this part of the line, simply tells UFT where to look in the object repository to find this information, this properties and values. Yes?
What is this name? I mean, I think does PHP create this name by itself or does it take from our coding?
Right. So the application itself provides some information to UFT, and it takes that information and applies that name. If you notice here, it's given this calc default value. By default, it's given this name, calc default value. And we can see here, the name property has this value, calc default value. Do you see that? Yes?
So now if you do a mistake doing on the, if they got tell us over here that we are doing a mistake on the chat, like going the wrong way, or is there some option right there?
What do you mean if we make a mistake? What type of mistake are you talking about?
Like on the script, if it doesn't find anything, if it has tell us on the script or after right?
So if it doesn't find an object in the object repository, or if it doesn't find the object in the application?
On that, like on the script, like the 450, and we put 450 and we put it in the next page, if it doesn't find it.
If it doesn't find that go button?
Yeah.
If it doesn't find that go button, it'll give us an error message, right? And that error message is going to say one of two things. One, either it couldn't find the object in the object repository, or two, it couldn't find the object in the application.
Right away.
It'll tell us when it gets to that point of the script. It'll tell us. Okay? Okay. Please repeat the difference between output value and checkpoint. Okay. Again, output value simply captures a property value. Okay? Output value simply captures a property value, whereas the checkpoint, right, verifies if an object exists on the page. Okay? Checkpoint returns a pass or a fail. Output value does not return a pass or a fail. Right? Output value only captures a property value or a set of property values, but the checkpoint verifies an object, that an object exists on the page. And it's called, by the way, output value or a checkpoint. Not checkpoint value, not output checkpoint, or any other combination that you guys think of. It's simply checkpoint and output value. Okay? These are the names. Okay? And it's important that you start using the right terminology. Okay? All right. Let's see here. So we have here, for this web edit, right, we have these properties, type, name, HTML tag, HTML ID, right? How, let's go back to the original question, two questions that I had before, right? How does UFT work, and how does UFT identify objects? Right? So how does UFT work? Again, it works by, UFT works by uniquely identifying objects and then performing actions on those uniquely identified objects, right? And then how does UFT identify objects? Anyone?
By looking at the properties and values.
Right, UFT identifies objects via the object's properties and corresponding values, right? So UFT identifies objects via the object's properties and corresponding values. Okay. Sir, what is your name? Sorry? Joanda? Jawand. Jawada. Am I saying that right? Jawada? I don't know. Oh, Jawed. Okay, Jawed. Okay. All right. Okay. Jawed, right? Is there another Jawed here? No. It's never worked. Okay. All right. So if there was another Jawed in the room, right, his first name would not be enough for me to uniquely identify him. Yes? I need additional properties. Name is a property, right? The value is Jawed. My name is Jay, right? We both have the same property. The value is different. You guys understand that, right? So in order for me, let's say there was another Jawed, right, in the room. In order for me to uniquely identify him, I would need to use his first name, perhaps his last name, perhaps something else like the student ID as well, to uniquely identify. This combination of these properties will uniquely identify this gentleman right here, right? What if we have two people in the room with the same name and the same student ID, right? And they're from the same country. So they look similar too. Then what?
Date of birth, social security.
Then I can use some additional properties, right? Date of birth, social security, you know, things like that, right? To identify.
DNA.
DNA, sure, that's fine. I don't know if we're going to have time for that, but yeah, we could use all that stuff, right? So, oops, where are we? Over here. Over here. Let's come over here. Tools and object identification. Okay? We've seen this window before, right? We've seen this window before. We come here, environment, we see standard windows on web. Why do we see these two only in the environment? Because we were using the web add-in, right? We told UFT to look out for web objects, right? And by default, standard Windows is there because we can work with standard Windows applications, right? So we have this web, right? And we have, I've shown this window before, right? Yes? Maybe briefly? Okay. We have this thing here, this panel, test object classes. So these are all the different objects that are normally found on a web application, okay? This is not an exhaustive list, this is not a complete list, right? But for the most part, okay, on 99% of web applications, these are the objects that are found on those applications, right? So we have browsers, we have something called a frame, we have images, links, pages, view link object, web audio, we have web button, web edits, web checkbox, web element, we have web list, right, and so on, web radio group, right? So you have all these different types of objects that are normally found on a web application, and all of these objects is what UFT is looking out for, right? All of these objects is what UFT is looking out for, okay? Let's take this web edit over here, okay? And over here we see something called mandatory properties and assistive properties, okay? Now, just by the name, mandatory properties and assistive properties, what do you think these things are? What do you think a mandatory property could be?
So the highest priority, or like, mouse tab, something like that.
Right. It's something that indicates that it must be there, right? That's right. That's right. So mandatory properties, right, are those properties that UFT must learn. Okay? Mandatory properties are properties of an object, properties and values of an object that UFT must learn in order to uniquely identify an object. Okay? UFT must learn these properties and values. Assistive properties. Any idea what these might be? Oops, sorry.
Yeah, if mandatory properties are not enough to identify that object.
Exactly. If the mandatory properties are not enough, meaning if the first name, last name, country of origin, all of these three properties here, and the student ID, 4 properties, right? If these properties are the same, if they're not enough to uniquely identify this gentleman from, some other gentleman with the same information, right? Then we can use some additional properties, social security, right? Date of birth, right? Mother's maiden name, these kinds of additional properties to identify each individual, right? Same way here, mandatory properties, these are the properties that UFT must learn, okay? But if there's a situation where these properties are not enough, right, to uniquely identify an object, then UFT moves on and learns these assistive properties as well. Okay? Let's open up our object repository for a second. And let's go to this web edit over here. And what do we see here? Under the description properties, what properties do we see here? We see type, name, HTML tag, and HTML ID. There's no, okay, so let me finish this. Assistive properties are properties and values of an object that UFT can learn to help identify an object, help uniquely identify object, if the mandatory properties are not enough. Okay, this is key. If the mandatory properties are not enough, right? Okay. From the OR, I'm just going to take these, I'm just going to take this list of properties here. So you have type, name, HTML tag. We have type, name, HTML tag, and HTML ID. Okay? And let's come back here. Let's close this. We'll open up our tools object identification. And we see, for the web edit, we see under the mandatory properties, we see HTML ID, HTML tag, name, and type. Right? We see HTML ID. We see HTML tag. We see name. And we see type. Right? And we also have something called assistive properties. And this is height. Right? Okay. So from the object repository, we have these 4 properties that are there that UFT has already learned for that web edit, right? For web edits, in the object identification window, right, we have the mandatory properties set to these 4, HTML ID, HTML tag, name, and type, which is what we have here, right? Right? And we also have the assistive properties here, and we have that set to height. In the object repository, did we have height over here? No. UFT did not need to learn the height property to uniquely identify this object. Does that make sense, guys? UFT did not need to learn that height property in order to uniquely identify this object. UFT learned this information, the type, name, HTML tag, HTML ID. Right? Now, these things right here, these mandatory properties and assistive properties. By the way, guys, this window, this entire window here, you can consider it to be part of UFT settings. Okay? In this window, we, the testers, are telling UFT what exactly it needs to learn about any specific object. Okay? We are telling UFT that for a web edit, you must learn HTML ID, HTML tag, name, and type properties. You must learn these properties values for any web edit object. And we're telling UFT that if these properties are not enough, then you can also learn height. What do I mean by we are telling UFT? You see this add and remove button right here? right? We can click on this, and we can add and remove properties that UFT must learn. We can add kind here. We can take out HTML ID, right? I can add a required. I can select that, and I'll click OK. So now I have HTML tag name, type, kind, and required. I just changed what the mandatory properties are, right? Guys, please do not memorize these mandatory and assistive properties for these objects, okay? Many students in the past have memorized these mandatory properties and assistive properties, okay? Please do not memorize them. Simple reason is that anyone can come in and change them, okay? Let's say, we're all working at a company and I'm a tester, you guys are all testers, right? Now, I need UFT to learn specific properties of an object, of a web-edited object. So I'm going to come into this object identification window, and I'm going to change the mandatory properties that UFT must learn so that my scripts can work, right? But then your guys' scripts, you guys are working on a different part of the application. You need UFT to learn a different set of properties for web edits, right? So you're going to have to come back in and reset the settings, right? If you don't do that, your scripts will fail, right? And if you do that, if you do come in and change what I said, then when I start testing again, I have to come back and change these mandatory properties and assistive properties. Make sense? So anyone can come in and change these things. So don't memorize them. Instead, when we talk about descriptive programming, we're going to learn how to look at a list of properties and values and identify which could be a good combination of properties and values to uniquely identify an object. Okay? Make sense? Okay. So please don't memorize this stuff. If you do, I'm going to make fun of you guys later on. All right? Okay. So mandatory properties and assistive properties. Okay? Mandatory properties UFT must learn. Assistive properties UFT can learn if it needs to. Okay? Now I've just changed this information here. Right? I have just changed this information here in the settings for the mandatory properties, right? I can also add some assistive properties here. I can say, let's add class. I can add, let's try to add name here and see what happens. What happened? The name property is currently listed in the mandatory properties list. You cannot include the same properties in both assistive and mandatory properties list. Again, it says the name property is currently listed in the mandatory properties list. You cannot include the same properties in both the assistive and mandatory properties lists. Right? Why did I get that message? Because I already have name over here in the mandatory properties. I'm telling UFT, that's if I do this, right? What I'm basically saying is that UFT, you must learn the name property. But if the name property and these other properties is not enough, then you can, if you want to, also learn the name property. Does that make sense? No, doesn't make sense. Okay? So you cannot have the same property in both mandatory and assistive properties lists. Make sense? All right. The smart identification, enable smart identification. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. I generally don't use smart identification. I actually call this stupid identification because if you don't use it properly, it's going to really mess up your UFT, your scripts. Okay, and it's just something that I stay away from. I don't like using it at all. Okay, but we'll talk about what it is and how it works a little bit later on. Okay, and then ordinal identifiers. We have a couple here: index and location. This thing also, I have a whole set of notes for ordinal identifiers. We're going to talk a lot about this when we talk about descriptive programming and how we're going to apply these to our scripts. Okay, this is just another way that UFT can identify objects. Okay, these ordinal identifiers are a type of property. okay, that UFT can use to identify objects, and we'll talk a lot about this later on. Okay, so let's click OK. Oh, actually, one last thing, and we'll take a break after this. Mandatory properties here. So I've just changed this stuff here, right, in the mandatory properties list. Let's come and look at our object repository. And let's look at that web edit. Do you see any of the changes here being applied?
No.
No. They haven't been applied here. It wasn't recorded. This is what was recorded here, right? If I want those changes to be applied, what do I need to do?
I just change my script.
I don't need to change the script. I need to change the object repository. Okay? I don't need to change the script. I need to change the object repository. How am I going to do that? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this object out. Right? Let me make sure I'm on the right page here. Yep, I am. Okay? I'm going to take this object out and I'm going to add it back in. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to highlight this object here, this test object here, and come here and delete. Okay? Delete that. Are you sure you want to delete the calc default value object? I'll say yes. So now it's no longer there, right? It's no longer there. Now, all I'm going to do to add it back in, click here on Add Objects to Local.
You go back to the test, right?
But I don't have to go back to that. I'm in my object repository, and I'm going to go into my application in a second. Okay? So I'm going to come here, click on this green cross sign here, Add Objects to Local. Click on that, and you see my hand, my cursor here, it's a hand symbol. I'm going to come here and click on the web edit. And of course it doesn't work. All right, give me 1 second, guys, sorry. If that ever happens to you guys, if you guys just noticed, it said win object, right? When you're doing reporting or anything and it comes up as that. What you need to do is you need to close Internet Explorer and open it back up again. If that doesn't work, then close Internet Explorer, close UFT. First open UFT and then open Internet Explorer. Okay? So let's see if it works this time. If it doesn't, we'll close UFT. There we go. Now, okay? So let's click OK. And we have it here. Under the auto calculators page, right? You have calc default value. And now let's take a look at this. We have type, required, name, kind, HTML tag, height, and class. So it just took everything. Right? So this is how we're going to edit our object repositories. This is how we can delete and add objects to our object repository. Okay? Yeah?
Can you add like checkpoints later on, like after I render it, after I remove everything, can we work?
So if there's an object that you have interacted with on which you want to apply a checkpoint, right? If there's an object that you have interacted with, meaning we interacted with this Go button, we interacted with this web edit, right? On this page, we interacted with the calculate button, the update zip code button, and all these other, this AC, loan term, this web list, right? We interact with all these objects, right? If in our object repository we have an object that we have interacted with, right? On that object, we can create a standard checkpoint only, without being in record mode, okay? But if it's not in the object repository, for example, this auto calculators, we didn't interact with this. It's there. We want to use it to verify that we're on the right page, right? So we would need to be in record mode. So in general, my answer to your question is, in general, we need to be in record mode to add checkpoints and output values. Okay? All right. All right, guys. Let's take a break over here. It's 11:40. Height. I will post the notes in the forum. Yes. what does this mean, height? Okay, this is simply the height of the object as described by the developers, okay? That's all it means. It's just the height, it's just a property value, property and property value that's there, okay? All right, guys, let's take a break here. Actually, break time. Let's come back, guys, at 11:55 a.m. All right, guys. All right, guys, let's settle down. Okay. Okay. So we just saw how to edit our object repositories, right? How to delete objects and how to add an object back into our object repository, right? Does anyone have any questions on working with this delete button or this add button? We're going to go more into it now. Okay, yes?
Yeah, the question is like, as we are only like, deleting or adding components from the object expenditure, and we're not touching on the script, it doesn't affect on the script.
Doesn't affect the script. You know why? What I did was I deleted this calc default value and I added it back in, right? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I deleted the calc default value object, this web edit, right? And I added it back in, right? The reason that it doesn't affect the script is because we have a web edit here in our script, right? You guys good? You good? You're fine. Okay. So the reason that it doesn't affect my script is because I have this web edit and it's in the script it's being referenced with this name, calc default value. Yeah? In my object repository I have an object, a web edit object that has this name. So there's no difference. There's no discrepancy there. And then if I was to come here and say, change the name here, right? I've done this before, right? We know how to do this, change the names of these objects, these test objects.
What is the new name called? What's the technique is called that you can do the name?
I'm just changing the name of the test object.
You previously mentioned that the name on our script is called the logical name, right?
Yes, this is the logical name. Monthly payment. I just changed it now. So now the logical name of this web edit is monthly payment. And in my object repository, I have an object, a web edit object with the name of monthly payment. So UFT will read this line and see that it needs to identify a web edit object with the name of monthly payment, and it'll come into the object repository and find that monthly payment, and then read the properties and values. Sorry?
It will still be called as a logical name.
It's still a logical name, yeah. It's still a logical name. Now, what would happen, what would cause problems is if I change this, right? MNTHLY, PM. Right? If I change it like that, does it change here in my object repository? No. Now we're going to have problems. Okay? Now we're going to have problems. Why? Because UFT is going to look for a web edit that has this name, MNTHLYPMT. It's going to look for a web edit in my object repository with this logical name, and it's not going to find it. So UFT will present me with an error saying object cannot be found in the object repository. Make sure that this object is present in the object repository. It's not going to say that this object was not found in the application. It'll say that the object was not found in the object repository. Why? Because first it looks at the object repository and then it finds that object using the properties and values. It finds that object in the application under test. Make sense? Yes? Okay. So this will be a problem. Okay? All right. So I deleted objects, I added objects, right? And we're good. I didn't need to do anything with my script, right? This adding and deleting of objects, right? This is how we're going to create our scripts using the drag and drop method. Okay? Delete this. Okay. So we have some more stuff here. So methods for creating test scripts in UFT. 1, record and run. Right? 2, drag and drop. And 3, descriptor program. Okay? Now, record and run. UFT, I should actually do it like this. 1, UFT generates the script, and UFT generates the object repository. Everyone understands this, right? When you do a record session, UFT is creating that script, and it's also creating that object repository, right? It's learning those objects and storing that information in the object repository, right? No questions about this, right? Good. Okay, lunch until 2:15, that's fine, you can do that. You can do lunch until 2:15. We selected the description properties where from their corresponding values came from. Where did the values come from? They're coming from the application, right? These property values are coming from the application, okay? This is the information that the developers have input, okay? These property values are what the developers have input as part of these objects, okay? So we're getting this from the application. Okay, so over here, record and run, right? UFT is going to generate the script, and UFT is going to then generate the object repository, okay? Just a side note here, realistically, this happens almost at the same time, right? Realistically, this happens almost at the same time. But for the purpose of me trying to explain the difference between record and run, we're going to say that first the script is generated by UFT and then the object repository gets generated. Okay? Realistically, it happens at the same time. We don't see any difference there, any difference in the time. Okay? With the drag and drop, the tester will create the object repository, also called the OR, right? And then the tester will create the script. How we're going to do that, we'll talk about that in a second. Right? How we're going to create the object repository, we'll talk about. Okay? But you see how record and run is relying 100% on UFT. We're relying on UFT to generate the script. We're relying on UFT to generate that object repository. But here, with the drag and drop method, right, we, the testers, the test engineers, okay, we are going to create that object repository first. So we're going to pick and choose which objects need to be in the object repository. And then once that object repository is created, then we're going to create our script. Okay? And I'm going to warn you guys right now, this drag and drop method is very, very difficult. Okay? It's very difficult, very complicated. I'm just joking, it's not. All right? It should not. All we're going to do is drag objects from the repository and drag it onto our script. It's literally drag and drop. Okay? It's not hard at all. All right? Okay. So, over here, so you see how we're sort of moving away from relying on the tool now with the drag and drop method? First was record and run, we were focused, we were relying 100% on the tool, right? Now with drag and drop, we're moving a little bit away from that, right? We're creating the object repository, we're generating the script, we're going to decide in what order the steps should be in, right? Does that make sense? We'll see that in a second when I go through this. With descriptive programming, right? I'm just going to say here, to be discussed, TBD, right? We'll talk about it later. All right? Okay. So, let's close this. And let's create a new script, and let's call it drag and drop. We can create, want to save it? Sure. All right. So, we need to create a script using the drag and drop method. Right? How are we going to do this? The first thing, like I just said, the first thing is we need to create that object repository. Yes? So, we're going to open up our object repository. Where do I go to open it up? Sorry? Resources. Resources and object repository, right? Okay. And now, let's open up our application. Make sure we're on the right page. So we are on the right page, right? All we're going to do is we're going to add objects. So I'm going to come here and click on Add Objects to Local. Yeah? Okay. Sorry, hold on one second. All right. So that's good. Okay, sorry guys. Okay. Let's open up IE again. Okay. So here, let's come here, click on Add Objects to Local. We want to add this web edit, right? Now I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that we can add objects to our repository, okay? I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that we can add objects to our repository. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to click on this web edit, right? One way you already saw, I'm going to click on that web edit, click OK, and we got this hierarchy here. So we have that browser, we have that page, within that page we have the calc default value, this web edit, right? Let's delete this. That's one way to add objects to our repository, okay? Another way, we're going to come here, add objects to local. You see how I have the web edit highlighted right now? Instead of the web edit, I'm going to come here and highlight the browser. Okay? No, click OK. And then I get this window here. It says Define Object Filter. And it says select the filter to use when learning objects. And we'll go through all of these. So let's select the first one here. This first option here says selected object only, no descendants. What are descendants, guys? You know?
Yeah, child.
The children, right? So it says no children. Select the selected object only, right? So we're going to click OK, and we get the selected object only. I selected the browser, so that's the only object that I got, right? And then I can come in here again, click on that web edit, select the page, click OK, selected object only, right? That first option, click OK, and now I got the page. And then again, come here, click on the web edit. Now I have the web edit, right? And that's added now, right? That's one way I can do it. So let's delete this. Let's try it again. we're going to add objects to local, right? We'll click on the web edit. We'll click on the browser. Okay, so I have the browser selected, right? We're going to click OK. So now we saw what happened with this first option, right? Selected object only, no descendants. We saw what happened there. It only takes that object that we select, right? Let's now come here and select the second option, default object types. Okay, let's see what that does. Click OK. It's doing some analysis here. All right, so we have the browser, we have that page, and we got a whole bunch of other stuff. Let's take a look at this. We have something called frames, right? We have some sort of images here. We have a whole bunch of links. Basically, all of the objects that are on that page, right? Almost all of them, right? Have been learned by UFT and have been added to our object repository, right? And now I can begin the work of taking out which objects I don't need, right? So I don't need any of these things, right? So I can come here, highlight this and delete, right? And say yes. Or I can come here, highlight a bunch of them, okay, individually. So to do that, I'm going to come here, highlight one of them. I'm going to press Control on my keyboard, okay? I'm going to press Control on my keyboard, and I'm going to click on the other objects, okay? And I can come and delete the objects that I don't need. Sorry? Control A. No, the thing with that, no, Control A won't work, right? Also, I don't want to do that because I don't want to select everything, right? Because there's some objects here that I need to work with. So I can come in here and delete, all of these objects here. I'm not going to spend time doing that, but I select all the objects that I need to delete, and I click yes, and those objects are gone, right? So I can do that until I have only those objects that I need, which would be this, well, you see here I said go, go 2, go 3, go 4, right? It's probably going to be the go 3. I can verify that by coming here and clicking on this highlight an application. You guys remember this, right? I can click on this button right here, highlight an application, and that'll highlight that object in the application, right? Okay, so I would need this go 3, and I would also need probably calc default value 3, right? Right? Okay, so I would delete everything except for this go 3 and calc default value 3. Okay, everything else I can delete. Okay, so let's try this again. And click yes. So these are the default object types. It wasn't all of the object types. Okay, we saw frames, we saw images, we saw links, buttons, right? Let's come in here, try this again. Add objects to local. Click on the web edit. Again, select the browser. Click OK. Now let's say all object types. Okay? We'll click OK. And we see here, within the page, we see a whole bunch of objects again, images, links, buttons, and web edits, right? So all objects and default objects, pretty much the same thing, but we're getting a whole bunch of objects here, pretty much everything that's on the page, right? UFT is learning every object that's on the page, okay? That's what's happening here. So let's delete this. And let's try this one more time. Select that browser, click OK. And now here, this last option here, selected object types, right? Selected object types. I'm going to come here and click on select, and I'm going to select only those object types that I need to work with. What do I need to work with on this page? A web edit and that web button, right? A web edit for that to enter that 450 or that monthly payment in, and then a web button because I need to click on that go web button, right? So I can come in here. I need the browser. I'm going to need a button. What type of button do I need? Only a web button, so I can take out these others, right? I don't need a calendar, I don't need a checkbox, I don't need a dialog box, I need a web edit, right? So I have edit box here. I can take out everything except for web edit, right? Frame, I'm not going to need. Let's come here, take out image, link, list, menu, miscellaneous, I'm not going to need. Radio button, I don't need that. Spin box, right? All of these things I don't need. Okay. Let's actually keep that web page. Okay. Another way that I could have done, I could have, you know, if I had everything selected here, I could have cleared all, right? Selected just that web page, right? Came up here, selected just the web button, right? And also within the edit box, selected just the web edit. It's another way that I could have done it. Okay? So I'm going to click on OK. And I'll click OK. Can't hear. You guys online, can you guys hear me? Okay? My voice still coming out? Okay, fine. Yes? Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, so now we got only buttons and edits, and the reason that we have these frames here is because we have buttons and web edits within these. That's why we have these frames. Okay, so I can come in here now, and I just have a few things to delete, right? These frames, I'm going to need that go 3, so I'll delete everything else, right? I'm going to need that calc default value 3, right? And I'll delete everything else. Click on yes. Okay? And now I can verify that I have the right object. I have that right go button. Okay? I can verify that I have the right web edit. I do. Make sense? So I can add these objects. Okay? So these are the different ways that I can add objects to my object repository. Okay? Does it make sense? Given that I only need on this page 2 objects to work with, does it make sense for me to use any of these other options that I've worked with? Nah. Okay? The easiest way is the best way. Okay? In most cases. So we're going to add this web edit, select that web edit, and click OK. And then we're going to add this go button, right? And add that. That's the easiest way to do it. In this case, only because we only needed to add 2 objects. Now, if we have a different application where we have to work with many different objects, right? Then it can become time-consuming to add individually those objects, right? That's why we have this feature where we can add, you know, all of the objects that we need to in one big suite. Make sense? Any questions on this? No? Okay. Let's move on to the second page now. So let's enter 450 here, click on go. All right. Now we're on the second page, right? Let's come in here and let's click on this zip code here. Click OK. And you see it automatically added a second page, and within that second page it added that zip code, right? You see that? Now, instead of actually doing it this way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. Click on yes. Just to show you guys again We'll select the page this time, click OK. Okay, and on that page, what do we need? We need buttons, we need edit boxes, we also have a web list this time, right? So let's add that web list object. And anything else that we need? Probably not. So let's click OK. Click OK. Okay, so Anil Adugantri, you're saying, your question is, when would it be reasonable to add things in the object repository instead of record and run? So right now, the method that I'm using to create my script is the drag and drop method. I'm currently in step 1 of the drag and drop method here. Okay? I'm currently in step 1, tester will create the object repository. Right? Record and run, drag and drop are pretty much the same thing. Okay? The script will be the same. Only difference is who is creating that script. The object repository will be the same. Only difference is who is creating that object repository. Okay? So record and run, drag and drop, they're just two different ways to create your script. Okay? There's not much difference there. Okay? It's really just personal preference, what you prefer to do. Okay? However, there's definitely a reason why we would use descriptive programming instead of record and run or descriptive programming. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're a little quiet. Yeah. Yeah, Virginia is, they're really active. But I think, yeah, I think these guys are a little scared of me right now. Right?
Why you are not getting interest in here? No, ask a question, you know.
If you guys have questions, you need to ask me, yeah.
Ask a question, whatever he's asking, explain it. Just go with him. That's our question.
Yeah, Ali Rana, Philly's doing great too. It's awesome to see you guys. Okay. Yeah, no, guys, seriously, if you guys have any questions, I'm here. You know, I'm always in Virginia. I'm always answering their questions because they're in front of me. I'm here in front of you guys now. So take advantage of this. Ask me whatever questions you want. Okay?
Is there any benefit to use drag and drop rather than using record and run?
No, like I said, they're pretty much the same thing. Record and run and drag and drop are pretty much the same thing. The only difference is who's creating the script and who's creating the object repository. But once those things are created to run the script and all that, it's all the same thing. Okay? But there is definitely a difference, you know, a reason why we would use descriptive programming rather than drag and drop or record and run. And when we get to descriptive programming, I'll talk about that reason. Okay?
Why would you use the option between record and run and run?
Say that again, I'm sorry?
How would you choose between?
How would you choose? It's really why you would choose drag and drop or record and run?
Yeah.
It's really just personal preference. Well, there's really not much of a difference between record and run and drag and drop. So you can do either one and you'll get the same results. So it just depends on what it is that you are comfortable with. Okay? The only difference is that with record and run, you can add those checkpoints and those output values without having to go back and go into record mode again. Okay? So as you're recording the script, you can add those checkpoints and output values when you're doing the record and run mode. But with drag and drop, you'll see as we continue with creating our script, we have to go into record mode, add those checkpoints after we created our script. Drag and drop? It can be. It can be. But again, they're just two different ways of creating the script. Okay, and it's really just your choice on what you want to do, how you want to create your script.
Or record and run is very fast or takes time.
You can say that it's a little bit faster than the drag and drop method, right? But again, we're trying to move away from relying on the tool, on UFT. Okay, so that is one difference there between the drag and drop and the record and run, that we have a little bit more control using the drag and drop method than we do with the record and run, right?
I saw while you've been recording or adding checkpoint to the script by recording parameters, I noticed that you have reduced the timeout.
Yes, by default it's 10 seconds. That checkpoint timeout.
Reduced it 5 seconds.
Right, that's simply because I want to move on. Right.
Doesn't it affect to your history path?
No, it should not. Okay, the internet.
Don't you have to like allow enough time to?
But what is enough time? What is enough time?
Well,
We have to know what that enough time is. We have to know our network capabilities and all that in order to determine what the timeout should be. Does that make sense? So right now I'm using 5 seconds, right? I'm just randomly using that number. It's enough in this case. Okay. But on the job, when you're working and you're doing the stuff, you would know your network's capabilities, how fast your internet is, and all that kind of stuff. You know. So you would.
That matters, like how fast the browser is, right? Or
that also matters. Yeah, that all that matters. Okay. All right. Okay. What? Think you need to charge your computer. Oh. Yes. Yes, I will charge my computer. Okay. Let's see. In which method we create framework, when we need to make frameworks. Okay. Well, yeah, no, frameworks, we're going to be using descriptive programming to create frameworks. Okay, so we have to first learn descriptive programming in VBScript, and then we can start talking about frameworks. Okay. How to create checkpoints in drag and drop, we're going to talk about that today. Let's see. Okay, best practice for selecting object selection, filter on object repository manager. No, I haven't talked about object repository manager. We'll talk about that probably tomorrow, if not towards the end of today. Okay. So drag and drop is a more sophisticated object and value test. No, it's not a more sophisticated test. It's just a different way of creating your script. Okay. I need to plug in my laptop in here, but I don't see. Oh, all the way down. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our object repository. Okay. So now we have a couple of objects here, right? Let's get rid of these frames. We don't need that yet. Let's get rid of that. We need that calculate button, but we don't need anything else here. We need that update zip code button, right? So let's get rid of that. AC cash down payment, market finance rate, monthly payment, yeah. Actually, we don't need the monthly payment on this page, so we can delete that. And email name and queue we can delete because we don't work with this. And loan term we need, but these other ones here we do not need, right? This web list. So we can delete these, right? And so now I have my object repository created. Yes? Make sense? And now if I wanted to, I can come in here, change these names up. We all know how to do this, right? Auto calculators, I can say this is page 1. And I can say, sorry, this is page 2, right? I can say this is payment. I can say this is the rate. You know.
Don't you need the calculate button?
I do, I have the calculate button. Oh, I deleted the calculate button? Oh man, sorry. Let me, sorry, I thought I had kept it, but that's fine. All right, so we got the calculate button. So zip code, right? I won't do it for everyone, but that's fine. Okay, and we'll do monthly payment here. All right, so we got this. Now, this is the hard part here. Pay attention, guys. This is the hard part. Creating the script. Okay? It's very tricky here, so let's pay attention. All right. The first thing we need to do when we get to this page, right? On the first page here, what's the first thing we need to do? We need to enter this monthly payment, right? Right? Let's come here. We see the monthly payment object here in the repository? Okay, pay attention. Monthly payment, I'm going to click, right? And as I have my mouse clicked, I'm going to drag and drop it. See how tricky that was? Yeah? Okay. I'll do it again. Now, and then over here, we're going to enter 450 in quotations, double quotations. Yes? Okay. Next line, we're going to click on the go button, right? So I'm going to click the go button on my repository, drag it into my script, and drop it on my script. Right? Make sense? Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. Now, once we click on that, on the go button, now we're on the second page, right? Okay. Now what do I need to do? First thing I need to do is click on calculate, right? First thing I need to do is click on calculate? No. What's the first thing I need to do? The zip code, enter that zip code in, right? I'm going to click, drag, and drop. Okay. What did we say was the zip code?
11788.
11788. Okay. And then I need to click on that update zip code button, right? So I'm going to click here, drag it. My mouse button is still clicked, right? My mouse button is still down, right? I'm going to drag it in. I'm going to drop it in my script. And that's it. I let go of the mouse button to drop it.
But we know that application, right? We look at that application.
Yep.
But if somebody in a shared application with somebody else, we never saw that application. Is it possible or the powerful?
No. It's not that you're going to be creating the repository and someone else is going to create the script. If you're doing drag and drop, then you know what you're doing. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next line, update zip code. Okay, so after the zip code, then we have what? After we enter in the zip code and click on update zip code, then we have this loan term, right? That web list. So I'm going to click, drag, and drop. What am I going to select here? 48 months? Okay. All right. Now, what's next? We have finance rate, right? We have this rate here. So I'm going to click, drag, and drop. And what did we say was the rate going to be? Let's say 3.56. Yeah? Okay. And now, value of your trade-in. Be equal to price. Let me make sure that this is the right object. I'm going to highlight an application. Yep, value of your trade-in. Cool. So I'm going to drag and drop. Do you notice how I don't care about the order of the objects in my repository? That doesn't matter. The order of that the objects appear in your repository does not matter. What matters is the order that you use those objects in your script. This stuff, your script is what matters. Okay? As far as your object repository is concerned, the only thing that matters is that the object is actually present in the application. Oh, sorry, it's present in the object repository. Right?
Regardless of the position. Like
The position of the object in the repository does not matter. The order of the object does not matter. Okay? If you notice, the calculate button here is at the very top. That's the last thing that I'm going to do. Okay? The order does not matter. What matters is that the object is here in the repository. Okay? All right. So we're going to set, let's say 5,000. All right. And what's after the amount owed, right? So value owed, let me make sure that this is the right object. Right, so I'm going to come here and click on highlight an application, and we got that, that's right. So I'm going to click, drag, and drop. Okay, and then the down payment, right here, right? There you go. And I'm going to enter in 1,000 over there, oops, sorry. All right, and now we have the calculate button, right? You guys see that? That's my script. Let's close this. This is my script. Let's save this. And let me actually, okay, so over here I have opened the following address when a recorder run session begins. I don't want to deal with this, right? I'm trying to move away from relying on the settings of UFT, right? So instead I'm going to come here and select the first option, record and run test on any open browser. Click apply, click OK. And let's see. Yeah, I'm going to talk about checkpoints in a second here, okay? Why does the go appear before the monthly payment? So there's in our object repository, the order that these appear in, right? They're in alphabetical order, but they're separated by class, by object class, okay? So the web buttons are first before the web edits, okay? Even the classes are organized in alphabetical order. So web button comes before web edit, alphabetically. So that's why web button is first, okay? Now within web button, right? So for example, here we have 2. Calculate comes with C comes before U, so that's why this is the calculate button is coming before. Okay? Make sense? That's why the order is the way it is. Okay. All right, so let's save this and let's run. Okay, so we got an error. What's the error message saying? Let me copy and paste it onto Notepad so we can all read it. let's put it over here.
Because I think we did load the browser, right? That's the reason why.
Okay. Can you all read?
Yeah, the second page.
Okay. So this is the error message, right? Cannot find the monthly payment object's parent, my browser, right? Verify that your parent properties match an object currently displayed in your application, right? So what's the deal? We have to, what's the, no, that can be a solution possibly, but what's the problem here? What is the issue?
I don't think the application is open.
Application is, the Internet Explorer is right here, it's open.
But according to the, it is there, but you know, our script, we didn't launch the application, right? Because it's, we didn't record it around. This is the drag and drop, right? So we need to launch the.
So basically, in the script, there is no instruction to go there to the browser of the page. So
But in my settings, so let me stop this, okay? In my settings, I have record and run test on any open browser. Record and run test on any open browser. So I have the browser open.
but we are talking the
Right, we
right
can record it around, right?
Huh?
We're not able to record around more now. Are we?
No, we're running the test.
Oh, okay. So either or.
It says record and run the test on any open browser. Meaning record on any open browser and run on any open browser. That's what it means.
I understood it like, it looks like, it sounds to me like, you know, you have to meet both conditions, like record and run, like, you know, record.
No, I understand where you're, I understand that confusion, that makes sense. But it means record on any open browser and run the test on any open browser.
It could be either or.
Okay. Okay?
But these people we are talking the right way or
Yeah. So you see here, it was looking for that web element, it couldn't find, it had an issue there, right? So let's come here, let's close this application, right? And what do we need to do before we close it? Or before we run the test, I mean? We need to launch IE and navigate to URL, right? How do we launch it? Systemutil.run. And then iexplore.exe and then www.admins.com/calculators. Okay? You guys know where I got this iexplore.exe from? This is the executable file. This is when I click over here on Internet Explorer, right? This file is what gets executed, right? This is that executable file. How do I know that this is the name? I can come here with, if I have Internet Explorer open, right? In my task manager. I see iexplore.exe in my processes. If I come here to my applications, I see this list, right? I can right click, I see Internet Explorer here, right? I can right click on this and click on go to process. In Windows 8 and 10, it's go to details, okay? Windows 7 is go to process, Windows 8 and 10 is go to details. I click on this and I see iexplore.exe. You see that? That's where I get this from. That's the name of that process. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's save this. Okay. And let's run this and see what happens. Keshav Kirky, every time you run the script, it highlights in UFT, but it does not happen to me. Is there any selection I need to make? This highlighting of the in yellow of my script, what happened to my script? Okay. That highlighting where UFT highlights the line in yellow, that is one thing what the Microsoft Script Debugger does. Okay, so if it's not happening for you, you need to make sure that you have that Microsoft Script Debugger installed and installed properly. Okay. Okay, Burhan, there's some issue here. Good thing I saved it before I ran it, right? Save UFT. Okay. Let's open it up again. All right. If we declare already that run in any open browser, why do we still need, or why do we still have the script for iExplore, not .com, iExplore.exe, Burhan? Yeah, no, we're telling UFT to run on any open browser, right? But the thing is I closed the browser, so there is no open browser. So I need to make sure that the browser is open, right? Growth weekend.
If the browser open and we're on the right page, it shouldn't be any problem.
Should not be any problem. Right. So here, iExplore.exe. So this will launch Internet Explorer, right? And remember, guys, keep this in mind. The name of the browser is Internet Explorer, right? The name is Internet Explorer, but we're only using Internet Explorer. Sorry, iExplore.exe. That's the name. That's the file name. Okay? All right, so let's run this. There you go. So you see how it's highlighting in yellow? It's because I have that Microsoft Script Debugger installed. Okay? The browser is already open. Could we just run the navigation link? Yeah, there is a way that we could do that. When we talk about descriptive programming, we'll do that. Okay? Where if you already have the browser, we can just say browser.navigate. And we can add the URL that way. We'll talk about that when we do descriptive programming. Okay, and we got a problem here. What is this problem here?
Because when you write one, in the capital, in the capital.
48 days before the server is first.
Sorry? So let's read this. It says, cannot identify the specified item of the term object. Confirm that the specified item is included in the object items collection. Let's take a look at this. Let's copy this, paste this here. Okay. Can you guys all see this? Okay. So, cannot identify the specified item of the term object. Confirm that the specified item is included in the object's item collection.
That means like it is not.
This is the web list. This is the items collection right here. Okay? This is the collection of items within this web list.
You can use the uppercase.
Yes. So let's take a look at this. It says 36 months, 48 months, 60 months, 72 months. Right? What did I use?
48 months.
I used 48 months, but the M here, it's capital. Whereas over here, it's lowercase. Right? When you're working with web lists, okay? When you're working with web lists, you must match the case and the spaces. It's very important that you match it, otherwise it's not going to work. It's not going to identify it. Okay? All right. So let's stop this. And, oh, okay. Let's close that. And let's change that to 48 months. Okay? And now let's save this and run this again. Okay, and we got another error message. Let's see what happened here. Let's copy and paste this. Okay, so what does it say? It says cannot identify the object, monthly payment, of class web edit. Verify that the object's properties match an object currently displayed in your application. So what's the problem, guys? Anyone?
Maybe you have two sessions of the browser. Is that why it's confusing?
Say that again?
You have two sessions of browser there.
I have two browsers. How do two browsers get opened up?
Because we just close the previous one.
Because I don't know. Why would that be a problem?
You see when you wrote the 450 there, when it's ready, you put it double quote. 450 then double quote.
Oh, there's an extra.
Yeah.
No. Don't get confused. This is not an extra quote. Okay? This is just saying that this is the line. You see how it's starting off with a quote here? It's just ending that quote here. That's all it's doing. Don't get confused by that.
Like the first concept, like two browsers.
I have two browsers open. Right. But why would that make a difference?
Because it confuses which one to look at.
Exactly. If we have two different browsers open, but they're at the same page and everything is the same about them, UFT is not going to know which browser to go with. And if you confuse UFT, right, UFT simply gives up. Okay? So let's stop this. Why did we get two browsers? Because I have this line, which is open in the browser and going to the URL, but I also don't have anything. Sorry. I also don't have anything to close this browser, to close the original browser that was open, right? So I have to make sure that I'm always coming and closing the browser, right? So I made a mistake. I forgot to close the browser before I ran the test, right? Come on. Okay. So to deal with that, what can I do? What can I do? I can make sure that at the end of the test I'm closing the browser, right? Let's open this up again. What's the line? System util dot close process by name. iExplore.exe and yes? Is this right?
No, only the browser, first browser.
Only the browser, right? Only that Internet Explorer. Only this thing. Right? That's all we need. Because we're only closing the browser. We don't have anything to do with the URL in this line. Right? So with this line, we're going to close all Internet Explorer browsers. Okay? So let's save this. Let's run this. What's going on?
Do we need to use the weighted statement? I didn't think so.
We don't need to weight anything because it's here. Object is here. I feel like, yeah, UFT is just not working. Okay. All right, guys. Let's take a break here. Okay. I'm gonna do some up on my machine so we can move on with the class. Let's take a break here. Let's go to lunch. Okay. Let's come back, guys, at 2:15. Okay. All right, guys. All right, guys, let's get started again. Oh, wait. No, is it on? All right. All right. Okay, guys. So everyone can see my screen. Everyone can hear me, right? Guys online? All right.
From Brooklyn campus, loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so let's continue where we left off with the drag and drop. We were trying to run that script. So let's run this, right? And remember, so I added the system-util.run iexplore.exe over here because I needed to launch my browser and go to the URL, right? I created my script, and then over here at the bottom I have system-util.close process by name iexplore.exe. So I'm closing the browser at the end of the test run. So let's run this. Oh, Virginia is not ready? Okay. Virginia, can you guys hear me? Virginia, is someone there at the computer? Okay. Okay. So what's the issue with Virginia then? Someone is saying that they're not ready. Other people are saying
Hi Jay. Hi Jay, this is Naeem. We are ready now.
Are you ready? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Still having this issue. All right, I am going to all right, so it seems to be fine. Okay. Wi-Fi connection is off. No, I am connected. Since you guys can see my screen, that means I'm on the internet. Okay. This just restart. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about this. Give me 1 minute, okay, please? I'm sorry.
ইয়ে বেশি আমরা খরচ বেশি
কম্পিউটার ক্যাম্পাস নো বয়েস
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I just came back online. All right. No, I was not doing anything. I haven't restarted anything. Okay. All I've done is move my script from my laptop to this desktop here at the campus here because I was having some issues with my laptop. Okay. So that's all I've done. I haven't done anything else. Okay. So now we're trying to run the script, right? So let's try to run this and let's see what happens. Okay, here we go. But I see another issue. This is not. Okay, so it seems to be working. Okay? And we're able to close the browser. Can everyone see the script? And we have some stuff passing. The only thing that's passing is the system util, the iexplore.exe. Okay, launching that browser. Okay, that's the only thing that's passing because that's something that we wrote in. Okay. All right. Can everyone see my script, or shall I make it bigger?
Make it a little bit bigger.
Make it a little bit bigger? Okay, no problem. Let's do it more. So this is a big. Let's 24 is the biggest I can go. All right, is this better?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So we have our script here, and we were able to run it just fine, right? And now we see that, you know, we're able to launch it, we're going through the actions, right? And we're closing the browser at the end, right? Now I need to add some checkpoints and after values to the script, right? Right? So how would I do this at this point? How would I add a checkpoint?
First, some checkpoint we have to use the record and run, right?
I have to be in the record and run mode. That's right. Okay, so let's come here, click on record, right? And what's going on? I have to open up the application. I have to open up the browser, right? Okay. So let's launch, go to Internet Explorer, right here. But wait a minute. Do you see? Okay. So let's come here. You have to go over to calculators, right? Okay. Let's take a look at what happened here. I'm actually recording a whole other script here now. Yeah? Let's look at my object repository. I have now, over here, a whole other, you know, page, msn.com, right? And I clicked on that X, so that's what that web button is, right? And now, you know, I also clicked on that notification at the bottom if I want to make Internet Explorer my default browser, right? So I clicked. So this stuff is also being added now to my repository. Is this what I wanted? I just wanted to create a checkpoint, right? Why did we get to this point here where this is happening? Because I had to open up the browser again and all that, right? Why did I have to open up the browser again?
We can do it.
Because I have this line over here at the bottom, right? That's why I had to open up the browser again, because when I ran my test, as part of the test, the last step was to close the browser. So instead, what would happen? Should I just take it out then? What do you guys say? Should I take out this line or do I still need this line?
No, take out that one.
I can just take it out? Okay, instead of taking it out, I'll just comment it out, right? But now I have to make sure that I'm always, if I have to run this now, right? I have to make sure that I'm closing the browser, right? So I need this line. I need to be able to close the browser, right? But perhaps instead of putting it here at the bottom, what I can do is put it up here at the very top, right? Why? This way, before I run anything, before I do anything as part of my test, I'm going to close all the browsers, and then I'm going to open up this browser and go to this URL. Make sense? So I'm closing everything, right? And then I'm starting fresh again over here. And then I'm going on with my script. Does that make sense? Okay. So we got that there, and we have our browser open now. Okay. So how do I add checkpoints? I have to be in record mode, right? So what I'm going to do is when I access the page, right, I want to add a checkpoint here. Let's say I want to add a checkpoint on this auto calculators, right? All I'm going to do, come here, record, and then open up this standard checkpoint, right? I can use standard checkpoint. Come over here, click on auto calculators. It's a web element, so I'm going to click OK. I'm going to verify these two properties are there when I run the test, right? Make sense? So I'm going to select this. I'll change this timeout here to 5 seconds. By the way, guys, default checkpoint timeout is 10 seconds, right? Click OK. All right. What else can I add a checkpoint on here? We can probably do a text checkpoint over here. Yeah? So let's add a text checkpoint here. Click on this, and we get a whole bunch of stuff here, but I see this right here, right? Use this calculator to find the price range for a new car. That's the text that I wanted, right? So what I can do is I can come here and click on configure, right? And I can just highlight the text that I actually want to check. Right? And then I'm going to come here and click on check text. And now what's left is, so everything else is grayed out, but what's left is in red is the text that I want to verify. Use this calculator to find the price range for a new car. Right? I'll click OK. And now this thing says, check that. Use this calculator to find the price range for a new car is displayed after what can I afford. Right? So that's what I wanted. So I'm going to click on, I'm going to add 5 seconds time out there and click OK. Right? And that's it. And I'll stop the test. So I have just added 2 checkpoints. Right? Just added 2 checkpoints here. Yeah? So I'm still doing the drag and drop method, but I have now added 2 checkpoints. This is how, in the drag and drop method, this is how we're going to add checkpoints. Okay? So first, we're going to create the object repository. Then we're going to create the script. And then we're going to enhance the script by adding checkpoints and output values. Make sense? Okay. So let's also add a output value here. I wanted to verify that 450, right? So I'll add 450 there. And then I'm going to come and I will record again with my cursor being right here because this is where I want that checkpoint line to be, right? So I'm going to come here, click on record, and I will open up the browser, come here, and let's do a standard checkpoint, or sorry, standard output value, right? And I'll come here, click on this, web edit, select that web edit, click OK. and I want to select the property that I want to capture the value for, which is this one, because it has that 450, right? So I'll click OK. Make sense?
Yep.
And I can now stop recording. And so I'm setting the 450 over here, and then I have this output right here. Okay? And that it's in that global sheet right here. We see it here. Make sense? Now, we can continue on. If we want to, we can come here and click on Go. And let's say after we click on Go, now we want to add some more checkpoints here, right? Sorry. We want to verify that we're on the right page by putting a checkpoint on this object right here. How much car can I afford, right? So same thing. I'm going to put my cursor over here because this is where I want that checkpoint line to come. I'm going to click on record, open up the browser, and over here, standard checkpoint, right? Select both of these properties, that checkpoint timeout is 5 seconds, and click OK. Okay? All right, and I can stop my test. I can see now that line is here, right? Make sense? So with the drag and drop method, the way to add checkpoints and output values is the same as the record and run. We have to be in record mode, and then we pick and choose the objects on which we want to apply the checkpoints and output values, and we go about creating those output values and checkpoints on those objects. Is that clear? Any questions on this?
Are we going to discuss on how to compare the output value that we capture?
When we work with descriptive programming, we're going to learn how to do the comparisons there.
Sure.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
for drag and drop, for every checkpoint, you have to record on and then
Yeah. For every checkpoint that you want to add, you have to be in record mode. Okay. Okay. Can you demo this using a different browser, Chrome and Firefox? We cannot use Chrome because the version is different. It's not the same version. Again, if you remember when I started off the class, I went over this. If you look at the product availability matrix, right? You can see UFT-PAM, okay? This is a PDF, okay, which talks about many different things, but also one of the things that it mentions is the various operating systems that UFT 12.0 is compatible with. So the various browsers that UFT is compatible with, also the different operating systems. So we can see this here. So we can see that for Chrome, right, it says the version and support information and patches, right? So here, the version that's working, the latest version of Chrome that works with UFT 12.0 is version 32. Right now, I believe Chrome is like somewhere in like the 50s or something. Okay. And Google does not allow for older versions of Chrome to be used. So you won't be able to find Chrome anywhere. You should not be able to find Chrome, older versions of Chrome online. With Firefox, the latest version of Firefox that works is version 27. So if you can download the older version of Firefox and have it work with this, and it'll be the same concept. It's exactly the same thing, except that instead of iExplore.exe, you're using Firefox.exe.
I have a question actually. So, like, typically when people get any kind of a web application, they are not only PHP in Internet Explorer, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
We can test with other browsers as well.
so what they do with it at the time, because there is no new version that works on it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So in that case, how do they test it in Google Chrome or in Firefox?
So like even
So
the,
Firefox you're able to get the older version of, right? Only Chrome you're not able to get the older version of. But if you get a later version of UFT, like for example 12.53, that'll be compatible with some of the newer versions of Chrome. Okay, so you'll be able to work with that.
Because most of the people don't use the Internet Explorer right now, so I think.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of people don't use Internet Explorer, but a lot of companies, a lot of organizations actually do use Internet Explorer, just because of the security and all that kind of stuff. There's some things that Internet Explorer has that Chrome doesn't really have.
No, I'm saying as a user perspective.
I understand.
If I go to anywhere, go to that account, I use it only for my phone.
Right. No. You like individuals tend to use Chrome or Firefox.
Yeah.
Individuals don't really use Internet Explorer, but I'm saying companies, organizations tend to use Internet Explorer. Okay? All right.
so if like the Edge is not compatible with EFT, the Microsoft Edge.
Microsoft Edge is not compatible with UFT 12.0. 12.53, I believe, or even 5.2 possibly, Microsoft Edge is compatible. Yeah, I believe so. Okay. But again, you have to refer to this product availability.
So like if we find that any browser that is not compatible with EFT, even with the latest version, let's say latest version of EFT, that doesn't mean that that web application will not be supporting the new version of the browser, right, in real life, even though that we're not able to test it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we have to verify that that it's going to be supported. So we probably won't be able to automate it, but we can do manual testing on it. Okay. Hugo Vera, how did you solve the error UFT threw before lunch regarding the identification of the web list loan term? Okay. So that web list loan term right here, 48 months. You see this? And let's compare it to what we see here. 48 months over here, right? Do you see a difference here? This 48 months and, well, okay, never mind. I'll just tell you. So before I had 48 months with the M capitalized, okay? With the M capitalized. And over here we have lowercase m for months. That was the problem. It was saying the issue was that it couldn't identify that 48 months with the capital M in this list. That's what the error was saying. Okay? So we have to make sure that we're following the exact case as we see it in the web list. Okay? All right. So this is the drag and drop method. Okay? This is the drag and drop method. Are there any questions, any issues, anything that you don't understand about the drag and drop method? Okay. And again, like I said, it's a very difficult way to create a script, right? One guy's laughing. Come on. Okay. All right. So then let's continue on.
Line 16.
How do we know which checkpoint at? I'm sorry?
Sorry, I was talking about the line 16. For this, the output value that we capture. Okay, so it doesn't show the script.
No, it doesn't show on the script. No, it just says what the output value, what object we're having that output value on. And now another question was, how do we know which on which line to add a checkpoint, right? How did I know to add these two checkpoints, right? On that auto calculators and that other checkpoint on the auto calculators. How did I know that text checkpoint? How did I know to add it on that at this point in the script? Well, I know that once I land on the page, before I do anything else, I need to make sure that I'm on the right page, right? So over here, I'm going to the page, right? So the end result of this line being executed is that the browser is open and the application is up and running, right? We're on that page. So now, before I do anything else, before I enter 450, I need to make sure that that 450, that web edit is there, that that calculator is present, right? In order for me to make sure that the calculator is present, I need to make sure that I'm even on the right page. You agree?
Yep.
So I have to understand my test in order to know at which point in the script I need to incorporate checkpoints and output values. Does that make sense? Yes?
I was running a test and I was assisting into the online and everything, but I didn't write the launch Internet Explorer.
Oh no, this
Because
is
of this,
no. This is a comment, guys. This is a comment. You see how it's in green, right? This is simply a comment. UFT will simply go right over it. Okay?
so I didn't write that the launch Internet, that's why.
No. That's a comment. It doesn't have any effect on the script. So if it's not working, it's because this line, you wrote this line incorrectly. There's something that's wrong here.
You were saying something about that.
I'm sorry?
You said something about this, so maybe I was.
You have to make sure that you have this apostrophe there too. Or you didn't have this line at all, right?
I didn't write this line, that's line 5.
Line 5, that's fine. So there's some problem here. You didn't write this line correctly. Double check that. Okay? But this is simply a comment. Okay? It's a note to myself and to any other tester that's looking at the script. That's all it is. It's not for UFT. UFT only looks at these things. Okay? All right. Just seems tedious, and it feels like you're taking a harder road to get it done. Yeah, again, drag and drop, record and run. There are two different ways of getting the same thing done. Okay, and it's up to you how you want to do this. Okay, how you want to generate your script. Okay.
Is there any way you can show, like, if you have time showing again the record and run, not the job and,
Record and run?
yeah, from beginning to that.
No, maybe I can show you after class. I can work with you. That's fine. Okay. What's the reason to come auto calculators 2 and number 10? This? Oh, because we already have this checkpoint here that's referencing, that's called auto calculators, and UFT wanted to call it auto calculators, the second checkpoint auto calculators as well, but because the name was already taken, so it just added this underscore 2. If you look at the resources, right? Okay. All right. Wait. Brooklyn, were you trying to say something? Brooklyn? Okay. So yeah, so we see here we have auto calculators and auto calculators 2. This is the text checkpoint. This is the standard checkpoint. But because they're the same checkpoint, it tried to give it the same name, with only this underscore 2 as the difference. Okay. All right. Just to clarify, drag and drop. We still need to use record and run when need to do checkpoints. Correct? Yes. Yeah. So with drag and drop, we still need to do. We need to be in record mode to add the checkpoints and the output values. Okay. So UFT does it by itself. The auto calculators too. Yeah. By default, it comes up with this name. Remember when we were recording, right? It came up with these names automatically, right? So UFT determines what the name should be, and it presents it to you. We can change these names from the object repository. You guys know how to do that, right? Okay. All right, guys. So now let's delete some of these objects here we don't need. Okay, so everyone understands the drag and drop method and how we're going to add objects to our object repository. Yes? Okay. So now I'm going to, for the rest of today, I'm going to start talking about the object repository and what are the different things that we can do with object repository and how on a QA team, how are we realistically going to be using this object repository? Okay? So let's take a scenario, a workplace scenario, okay, as an example. So what's going to happen is right now, the way that we have created these scripts using record and run and drag and drop is we are testing the first page and the first part of the application, and we're also testing the second page. Right? The second part of the application. We're doing everything together. Let's say that this is the entire application. Let's just say. It's obviously not. This is just one feature, one module of the application. But let's say this is the entire application. Okay? In the real world, what's going to happen is let's say that there's a team of 3 on the QA team. So you have one QA lead and 2 testers. Right? So one QA lead and two QA testers, what's going to happen is amongst those 2 QA testers, software testers, what's going to happen is tester number 1 is going to be given one set of features or one set of requirements or one part of the application to test. Okay? And the QA2, the tester number 2, he's going to be given another set of requirements, another set of features, or another part of the application to test. Yeah? Now, what's going to happen is, let's say that the tester number 1 is responsible for testing the first page of this admins.com, right? Meaning they're responsible for testing everything there is over here. Okay, making sure that everything is here properly, making sure everything, text can be entered here, these go buttons are going somewhere, all that kind of stuff, right? What is the select a vehicle? What are we going to do here? What's supposed to happen here? All these things is tester number 1 is testing. Okay. Tester number 2 is testing the second page over here, this page, right? Everything over here. What's going to happen? We enter the zip code here, what's going on in the back end over here when we click on update zip code, what are the items here in this list, are they correct? Are we able to enter text here? Are we able, when we click on the calculate button here, what is the value that we get and how is it presented to us and all that kind of stuff. Also, we're looking at these different links over here, right? What are they pointing to? What does this text over here say, right? Does it say the right thing? Any of these links over here, these links right here, all these things tester 2 is checking, right? Does that make sense? Now, are there any, to get to this page, are there any common objects that both tester 1 and tester 2 are interacting with?
The browser page.
Browser and page, yes, but other than the browser and the page, within the page, are there any other common objects?
Like in same class?
Common objects. So they're both working with the same web editor, the same web buttons, or the same links, or things like that. Okay, the monthly payment, right? The web buttons, right? So they're both probably going to be working with these 2 objects right here. Now this is a very small scale example. Okay, this is a very small scale example. Okay? So both of the testers So tester 1 is testing everything over here on this page. Tester 2 is testing everything on the second page, or on that other part of the application. Okay? So they're going to have their own set of scripts for those stuff, for their respective applications, or part of the applications, right? But they have these common objects here. So tester 1, they're going to create their script using record and run or drag and drop, whatever it is, but they're going to have an object repository that's going to contain this web edit, right? And this go button. Yes? Understand? Obviously, that's what's going to happen, right? And then tester 2, because they're going to have to come to the second page, right? So they're also going to create their script using record and run or drag and drop, that doesn't matter, but they're going to have an object repository that's going to contain this web edit and this web button. Yes? Do you see a problem here? Right now it's just 2 objects that are being repeated, right? Think about this situation on a much, much larger scale. Hundreds of objects being repeated. Think about that. Object repository, what is the object repository?
So all the merge, all the distribution merges together. So if they don't merge, shouldn't be a problem because then everyone has their own separate, object repository, right?
No, well, we're getting there. We're getting there about merging the repositories. But what is the object repository? What is it?
It's a container, like
it's a container, a storage place, right? So the more things we have in there, the more space we're taking up, right? You saw on my laptop, my C drive, I have like a few hundred megabytes of space left on my C drive, right? That's because I have a lot of things on my hard drive, right? A lot of files, a lot of scripts and all that kind of stuff. So we have, in this scenario that I've just explained, we have these 2 objects, right, on one object repository, which is taking up space. But then we have these 2 same objects on another object repository taking up space again, right? So these 2 objects are taking up space twice. And in IT, right, space is money. In IT, space is money, right? It costs money to have a large hard drive, or whatever, however big you want your storage device to be, it's going to be more money, right? So we need to be sure that we're using that space wisely, right? Make sense? Do you guys see an issue here? Yeah? We're having these objects taken up twice the space because they're being repeated. And this is just an example with just 2 testers. Okay? Think about a team where there's 10 or 12 testers, and each of them have a couple of objects here and there that they're, that are common. Right? This can end up being a pretty big problem. Right? So what could be a solution to this? Forget about what you think you know about UFT and what, but just in general, what do you think, logically, right? What can be a solution to this problem of these duplicate objects that both of these people need to have access to for their scripts?
Can you create some kind of shared distributed?
Yes. A shared location where all of these objects are.
Duplicates are being removed.
The duplicates are being removed, but all of these testers can access the same object repository, one object repository, use the objects that they need to for their test, and move on with their testing. Right? Does everyone understand this example that I've given here? So we have, tester number 1 and tester number 2, right? They have an object repository. Oops, that's messed up, whatever. These are objects, right, in their repository. Okay? All objects in 2 different repositories. Now, these 2 things this object and this object. And let's say this one and this one. They're the same, right? So this object and this object, this first two things are the same, and the second two things here. They're both the same, right? But they're both sitting on one drive, right? They're both sitting on one drive, and so they're taking up space twice. Do you guys see that's a problem? Okay. One solution to that is to have what's called a shared object repository. Okay? In here, we're going to have one object repository with a whole bunch of objects. Okay? And we're going to have tester 1 and tester 2. Okay? And they're going to be creating their scripts, right? This guy has this script over here. Okay? Now what's going to happen is tester 1 will need this object. It's going to go over here. This object will go over here. Right? And let's say this object will go over here. Okay? Tester 2, from the same shared object repository, will use this object. We'll use this object. He's also going to use this object over here and this object over here. Okay? So from one file, both of the testers can create their script. Does this make sense, guys? Do you guys understand the concept of a shared object repository? Okay. So let's get rid of this. Let's talk about how we're actually going to create that shared object repository. All right. Shared OR weekend. Okay, you want to save it? Yeah, sure. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to create two separate object repositories for the same application, but for two different parts of the application. Okay? When we create an object repository, let's come back. So this is being saved in my documents, unified functional testing. Okay. Within action 1. So I just came, this is where my test is being saved, right? I have this shared OR weekend, right? Within action 1, you see action 1, right? Within action 1, I have this resource.mtr, right? This is my local object repository file, okay? This is my local object repository file. When I come here, I'm going to come and add this web edit. And I'm going to add this go button. Okay? So I've now added these two, right? And if I save this, right, I can come here and I can refresh the page. And I can see now that there is something here. Size is 7.5 kilobytes. Okay? So there's something here. This is my local object repository. This is an interview question, guys. What is the file extension for a local object repository? Right? MTR. Right? The file extension for a local object repository in UFT is MTR. Okay? Where the shared object repository and script is being stored, how testers can get access of them. So what's going to happen in the real world, that's a good question. What's going to happen is that UFT is going to be sitting on some sort of a shared server, okay? Windows Server 2003, 2008, 2012, one of these types of Windows server operating system, right? You will have access to the server, right? And on the server will be some sort of mapped drives, shared drives, okay, that everyone will have access to, okay? So all of these scripts and repositories and all these things would be saved on these shared drives, okay? All right. So, sorry. All right. So I have now created my first part of the object, my one object repository. Because on the first page, right, this is all the only objects that I need to work with. Okay? So what do I need to do? I need to make this into a shared object repository, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, because right now it's a local object repository, right? You see this? It says local, right? So this is something that's local only to this test. It's associated only with this test, right? But in order for me to use this across other tests, right, I need to make it into a shared object repository, because a local object repository is specific to the specific test. Okay? So I need to make this into a shared object repository. And what I'm going to do, no, even though it says object repository, that BDB file is not the object repository file. Okay? This BDB file right here, where did it go? Documents, UFT, shared object repository, action 1. This BDB file, even though it says object repository, this is not that repository file. This is a different file. This is talking about some of the other information about the object repository, but when we're talking about the object's information, if we were to send only this repository file to someone, we would be sending this resource.mtr. Okay?
Local object repository, is it shareable?
It is shared. We have to make it into a shared object repository.
I see. So you can
And that's what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay? So, this is a local object repository. I need to make this into a shared object repository. What I'm going to do, File, Export Local Objects. Okay? And what I'm going to do is Documents. Oops. Functional testing. I'm going to create another folder here. What's going on? Why can't I create a? It already exists. Just choose another name. I haven't created it. Okay. Inside functional. Okay. What the hell is this? I'm going to create a new folder here. It's fine. And I'm going to call it shared object repositories. Okay? Just created it there. Let's go back. And within here, I have this shared object repositories. Okay? And within here, I'm going, what is this? Why can't I type? So in the shared object repository, I'm going to create a file called SOR1, shared object repository 1. The file extension for a shared object repository is TSR. You see that down here. File extension for a shared object repository is TSR. Create that there. Okay? So I now have in my folder here SOR1. That's a shared object repository. Okay? What does this mean now? This means that if I was to come in, right, SOR1, and save it, yeah, sure. I just created a new script, right? There is no object repository here. There's no object repository here right now, okay? I'll go over this, I'll go over the repository stuff again. I'll do this again, okay? So, there's no object, I just created a new test. There's no object repository, right, here. But I have that shared object repository, yes? What I'm going to do, I want to associate that shared object repository with this test, okay? I want to associate that shared object repository with this test. How do I do that? Resources, associate repositories. Okay? Resources and associate repositories. And this window comes up here, right? Saying this dialog box lists the object properties, object repository files associated with all the actions in the current test. You can change the associations and perform other administrative tasks. So what I'm going to do here, I need to add that shared object repository to this script. I need to associate it. I'm going to come here, click on this plus button. It takes me over here to where my shared object repository is. I select that, click open. And it says available actions and associated actions. I'm going to go and associate this action 1 because that's where we're in. We're in action 1, right? And click OK. And now, when I come over to my object repository, I see the object repository here. And I can come and drag and drop my script and create my script this way. You guys see that? But what I cannot do is edit my object repository. I cannot edit. You see this? I cannot delete object repositories. And you see this no longer says local, the repository. It doesn't say local anymore. Now it's a shared object repository and the file path for that shared object repository is here.
So what if you don't want it more needed
Sorry?
I mean, what if you don't want it for it, and you don't want it to use?
Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about how we're going to edit this. Okay. So
the person who deleted it stuff was the person who created.
no. So what's going to happen? So let's go back to that scenario that I was talking about, right? So we have a 3-person team. We have a QA lead, tester 1, tester 2, right? Tester 1 has now created his object repository, right? And let's say tester 2 also creates their repository. Let's do that real quick here. We can create a new script, right? And we can call this share 2. I'm sorry, what do I call this? SOR2. You want to save it? Yeah, sure. Okay, now here, resources, object repository. I'm going to first create that local object repository, right? So we're over here, right? And I'm going to add the zip code. I'm going to add the update zip code button. I'm going to add this web list. I'm going to add this finance rate web edit. I'm going to add this stuff right here. And I'll add this stuff as well. And that calculate button. Okay. So I have not created, now I'm working as tester 2 right now, right? So I've not created that second, this object repository that I would need for my test, right? So I'm going to click on File, Export Local Objects, right? This is how we create a shared object repository, right? And let's call it SOR2. Okay. Again, file extension for a shared object repository is TSR. Let's click on Create. Okay. And now we can see here I have shared object repository 1, shared object repository 2, right? Let's open up that SOR1 test. Do you want to save it? Sure. Okay. Now here, do I have anything here? I have this object repository associated with it, right? What if I don't want to work with this object repository anymore? All I need to do, come back here to Associate Repositories, and I have now this listed over here. To, what's the word? Disassociate this repository. To disassociate this repository, all I need to do is click on this X, remove repository. Are you sure you want to remove the association with the selected object repository? Yes. There you go. And now in my object repository, I have nothing again. Cool? So I have just showed you how we can create shared object repositories and how we can associate shared object repositories with different scripts. Does everyone follow? Yes? No? Yes and no? Okay. Where would this actually come into? Okay. Let's see. A little more about the. Okay, yeah, I'll go over it again. And I'm not done talking about this. Okay, I just showed you how to actually do it, right? But now I'm about to talk about when it would actually be done and how that would, how it would actually work, right? That a truly shared object repository that has objects from both that both testers would need. Right now we have two separate shared object repositories, right? One from tester 1, one from tester 2. Okay, but we're not done with it yet. Okay, but the steps to create that shared object repository are what I just showed you. Okay, so again, what we're going to do is we can come over here to object repository, right? What we're going to do is we're going to create this shared object repository, right? We want to be able to have the objects that we're working with here, that this tester 1 is going to create. These objects need to be accessible to other tests, okay, that tester 1 might create. Because for every test that tester 1 might create, he might be working with these objects again and again. So for each test, if it's a local object repository that he's working with, then that means that each test will have these same objects over and over and over again, right? So again, we have repeating objects, that we don't need. Make sense? So even in that situation, we want to have one object repository that even just one tester can access for different tests, right? So again, first thing is we're going to create this local object repository. We're going to add these objects here. Click on Go. So we created this local object repository. Okay? We all know how to add objects to the object repository, right? That's what I just did so far. Okay? Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to make it into a shared object repository. Okay? So I'm going to come here, File, export local objects. Okay, so I'll come here, shared object repositories, and I'll say SOR1, _1. Actually, let's just do it. SOR3. Great. Okay, SOR3. Now, to create the next part of the object, the other object repository, I come over here, click on Go, and I need to add these objects now to the next object repository. Same thing. I come up here, click on Add Objects to Local. Right? And I just, continue adding the objects as I need to, right? Whatever objects that need to go for this, that need to be part of this other, that need to be part of this shared object repository, right? So again, this is a local object repository right now. So I'm going to come, File, Export Local Objects to make it into a shared object repository. Let's rename this SOR4, right? And create that. Okay? And so now we have four different object repositories. Okay? Those are the steps for making it into a shared object repository. Okay? Now, to associate these repositories with any other test that we might have, right? Let me first come in here, delete this object repository. Okay? So I have nothing in my object repository now. Okay? In my local object repository. If I come here, Resources, Associate Repositories, right? Because I need to associate these repositories with this test, right? So I'm going to come up here, click on the add sign. Let's do SOR1. And we want to associate action 1 with this repository. So I'm going to bring it over here. And we're going to click OK. And now we can see object repository that it's here. Okay? We can associate multiple object repositories. Let's SOR2. Again, action 1 is just going to be associated with it. I click OK. And now when I see object repository, I see both things. But I have two different browsers here. Do you see this? I have two different browsers and which have a different page. Okay? So that might cause some problems. Okay? But this is how we can work with shared object repositories. Now, how are we realistically going to be working with these object repositories? Well, what's going to happen is tester 1 is going to create their shared object repository. Tester 2 is going to create their shared object repository. Okay? They can send their files, their shared object repository files, to the QA lead, the test lead. It's going to be the test lead's job to combine these two shared object repositories. Okay? When the test lead combines these two shared object repositories, that process of combining these object repositories will get rid of any duplicates. And I'm going to show that right now. Okay? Also, the QA lead, one person, generally, okay, or a designated individual, it doesn't have to be a lead, but a designated individual can be in charge of managing these object repositories. In other words, shared object repositories are read-only. We cannot delete them. You saw I wasn't able to delete or add anything to the shared object repositories once they were shared. But generally one person, one designated person on a team, on a QA team, will be able to edit these shared object repositories. And there is a way to edit these shared object repositories. Okay? Now, and we'll talk about that in the next couple of minutes. So, we have now those two shared object repositories. We have four now, because I did it twice, but we have SOR 1 and 2. Those are the two that we're going to combine, right? So how do we do this? We're going to come here to this object repository manager. Open this up. Okay. Now in this object repository manager, we're going to come over to tools, and there's something here called object repository merge tool. Okay? Object repository merge tool. Now we click on that and we get this window here. Okay? You have the primary file and the secondary file. All we're going to say is, this thing here says select the two shared object repository files that you want to merge. So all we're going to do, open this up, SOR1, and secondary will be SOR2. Now how do you know which one is going to be primary, which one is going to be secondary? It depends on what is the content of those shared object repositories, and it would depend on what, on your understanding of the shared object repositories. Okay, yes?
I don't understand what is the primary and secondary. I mean, what is the need for primary and secondary?
Yeah, that's what I was just explaining. So that would depend on what the content of the two different shared object repositories are. Okay, if for example, like you'll see in a minute, if there is one object repository whose names need to be taken. So if we have duplicate objects, let's say if we have two different browsers, the same browser but they're being called two different things, right? And we want to go with one name. Okay, the name that we want to go with will be in the primary file. Okay, so we'll see that actually over here, this example. So I selected the two shared object repository files, right? One I put in the SOR1 I put in the primary file, SOR2 I put in the secondary file, right?
So who will determine primary and secondary?
So this is what I'm doing right now. Generally, that one designated person, the test lead or the senior test engineer, would be someone that's doing this, okay? Would be someone that's merging these two object repositories and then also editing those shared object repositories, which I'm going to show you in a minute.
Usually, like testers are not allowed.
Testers can also do this.
Are they allowed to do that?
That depends on your organization. Okay? Who's allowed to, who's not allowed to, that depends on your organization.
So
okay? Exactly. Generally, in my experience, it's always been either a QA lead or a senior tester, that really knows what they're doing and everything, is well aware of the application and UFT and all that kind of stuff. Okay? Okay, so we're going to click OK. And we see here, merge statistics window, and it says the selected object repository files have been merged successfully, right? But there was one conflict that was found. So these are the things that happened here. So there were 0 different objects with the same name. Meaning, different objects with the same name, meaning we have one web edit that's called web edit 1, right? And another web button, let's say, that's also named web edit 1. They're two different objects, but they have the same name.
That didn't happen.
That did not happen. That situation, what I just explained, that did not happen. That's what this first line right here is explaining. Okay? Now, second one here. One test object with identical descriptions and different names. Meaning, there was one object, right, that had the same description, meaning the same properties and values, but the logical name, that name was different. Okay? That happened. Okay? And the third one here, 0 test objects with similar descriptions, meaning there weren't any two objects that have similar descriptions, almost the same descriptions. Okay? That did not happen either. Now, this one test object with identical description and different names, what this is saying is we have this auto calculators here, right? Which is over here on the, so let me close this. So this is saying the merge summary, 3 unique objects added from the primary file, 9 unique objects added from the secondary file, and 0 objects are identical in both files. Okay, so we can click and close. And we see here, over here on the left side, right, we have the primary repository file. And here on the right side, we have the secondary repository file. Okay? The problem was, let me see if I can bring this out here. Autocalculators is the name of the browser here. But in the repository 2 file, calculator how much car is the name of the browser for this repository of 2. Same browser. The properties and values are all the same to identify it, but it's just the name is different. And that's what that one conflict was that it was talking about. Okay? And so, resolution options down here we see. It says the selected object has the same description in both files, but has a different name. The name was taken from the primary file. You can change the name this object will have in the target file by choosing one of the following options. Take the name from the primary file, or take the name from the secondary file. So we can pick and choose which name we want to go with. Do you want to go with the primary file or the secondary file? Okay. So let's go with the one of the primary file, and we click on next conflict. Okay. And hold on. All right. What's the deal here? Okay. Anyways, that's fine. So let's now save this, right? We're going to come here, File, Save As. Okay. So that was the only conflict here, right? And we selected the, take the name from the primary file. Okay. And so it's taken autocalculators, which is the name here, coming from this autocalculators from the primary file.
So all these, so what is doing here is choosing the browsing object from the primary share.
Well, it's realizing that it's the same browser, but we're just calling it 2 different names, and it's asking us which name do we want to call it in this new merged repository, right? That's what we're trying to tell it. Okay? Okay, so let's come here, File, Save As. And in this shared object repositories folder, we're going to call it as merged OR1. Again, so what's happened is we had shared object repository 1, SOR1. We had SOR2, right? And now what we've done is we've created a whole new shared object repository. It's still a shared object repository. All that's happened is now the objects are merged. They're combined from SOR1 and SOR2. Right? But it's still a shared object repository. So the file extension will still be TSR. Okay? So we click on Save. All right. And now we can see here that we have this merged OR.TSR. Merge OR1.TSR, yeah.
Anybody makes changes to those SOR1 and 2?
Now, at this point, that's a good question. At this point, SOR2 and SOR1 are still on my drive, and they're still taking up space, right? I can delete them. That's fine, because those objects are here in my merged OR1. You understand? I don't need those SOR1 and SOR2, those individual repositories, because now I have this merged shared object repository. Okay? All right, now I can close this, right? Let's close this. Now, object repository. Okay, so we still have this shared object, we still have this object repository that's associated here. Let's get rid of this stuff. Okay? Now, in my repository, I don't have, come on here. Resources, associated repositories. I want to delete that. This. And I want to delete this. I'll click OK. Okay. Alright, sorry. So now, I don't have anything in my object repository. Right? I need to associate that shared object repository with this test, right? Yes? So how do I do that? Come here, click on Associate Repositories. Now I just need to work with merged OR1. Click Open. Bring over Action 1. Associate Action 1 with this repository. Click OK. Object Repository. So I now have that object repository, right, all over here. Okay. Can we merge more than 2 shared object repositories at a time? Absolutely. Actually, no, sorry. Sorry. At one time, we can only merge 2 object repositories. Repository 1 and repository 2. But what is the result of merging these 2 object repositories? A third shared object repository, right? So now if we have 4 object repositories, or 3 object repositories that we need to merge together, all we need to do now, let's say resources, I'll get rid of that, that's fine, click OK. Object Repository Manager, Tools, Merge Tool. Over here, I now have this merged OR1. I set that as the primary file, and let's say I want to merge it with SOR4. I'll click Open. I'll select that. Okay? I can do that now. Now the result of this would be a second merged shared object repository that would be created. Does that make sense, guys? So in this way, I can go through this process multiple times and create one master merged shared object repository. Does that make sense? Okay. What about if we have another object to add as shared? Do I have to merge with previous merge? Okay, so there's a couple of different, let's close this. There's a couple of different issues here. So right now, a shared object repository is not editable. We cannot come here and add or remove object. Oh, sorry. If I associate it. I can't add or remove, I can add objects, but they'll be added to the local object repository. If I come here, I click on add, and let's say, I don't know, I add this web button here. You see, the repository is local. Whereas this calculate button is on the shared object repository. Make sense? So that's an issue. And I can delete this object, but I can't delete anything else. Okay? So shared object repositories are read-only, right? To edit shared object repositories, I come back to my object repository manager. Okay? To edit shared object repositories, I come back to my object repository manager. I click on File, Open, Merged OR. I still see it here, but it's all still grayed out, right? I still can't edit it. What do I need to do? File, Enable Editing. Right. Now here, I can edit my object repository here. So shared object repositories are read-only. You cannot edit them. the only way you can edit those shared object repositories is through this object repository manager. Okay? So now I can add objects here, I can delete objects and so on. All from the object repository manager. Generally, that one person that's designated to merge these object repositories and create these shared object or deal with these shared object repositories, that one person, that test lead or senior tester, would be responsible or would take the responsibility for editing these shared object repositories as and when needed. Okay? Because if everyone is trying to edit the shared object repositories, then it's not going to work out. Okay? Yes?
Once you edit the object repository, is it possible you can save it back?
You'll save it back here. So I changed the name here, right? I'm going to click on File, Save, and that's it.
So the changes will be applied to the SOR?
It's MERS OR1. That's the name of the file, right?
Yeah, merge, yeah.
Yeah. So this is now MERS OR1. Okay. And if I come back and I change the name again, let's say if I add autocalculators, I say this is page 1, right? Okay. Again, file, save. Click on the save button. It's going to save it. I can save this as a different name, with a different name. I could do that, okay, if I wanted to, and create a different shared object repository that way. Okay? Yes, we can individually add objects to this shared object repository as well. Does everybody have access to the OR manager? Generally, no. Not everyone will have access to the object repository manager. Okay? Not everyone will have access to the object repository manager. Only, certain people on the team would have access to it. Okay? We can definitely add objects here, right? So I can come here and click on this and, add it to this. Okay? So I've just added this calculators link over here. Make sense? Okay. Okay. All right, guys. That is pretty much what I wanted to cover today. So we have finished drag and drop. We finished record and run. We finished drag and drop. We talked about object repositories. We're pretty much done with what I wanted to talk about before we get into descriptive programming. Tomorrow, what my plan is, I'm gonna review everything for maybe an hour or so, okay? And then we'll get into descriptive programming tomorrow. And that's when the real fun will begin. Cool? All right, anyone have any kind of questions about anything that I've covered?
When you merge the files, let's say you do SOR1 and SOR2 and you merge it together, and then you add the third SOR to the first.
The merged, yeah.
Would it be possible to make two separate merged files and then merge it all together?
Yeah. Yeah, I named it as a merge. So the question is, can we merge two merged shared object repositories? Answer is yes. Why? Because the only types of repositories that can be merged are shared object repositories. Okay? Those are the only two types. Those are the only types of object repositories that can be merged. Local object repositories cannot be merged. Okay? When you merge two object repositories together, right, you create a third shared object repository, right? So I'm just naming it as merged SOR1 or merged OR1 or whatever, right? But it's just a name. It's still a shared object repository. So we can take that first merged object repository and combine it with a second merged object repository and create a master object repository. Okay? At that point, it just becomes
like it could be named as, it could be named as SOR5.
Whatever you want to do. As long as it's going to be a shared object repository. Okay? All right. So we cannot add a OR to the SO, a local object repository to the shared object repository. No. Not a local object. First, you would have to make that local object repository into a shared object repository, right? By going to the object repository and then doing file export local objects, right? That's how you create that shared object repository, right? So if you first create that shared object repository and then you can merge that with that merged shared object repository. Okay? Let's see. Can we merge more than two? Yes.
Jay, sorry to interrupt you. We have a question from Brooklyn campus.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, how are you?
I'm great, sir. How are you? Well, I got a question, sir. What are the major differences between local object repository and shared object repository? What are the main?
Okay, good question. That's fine. Let's do this. So we have local object repository, and we have shared object repository. Okay? Local object repositories, testers can edit, meaning they can add objects, delete objects, and rename objects, etc. Okay? Sorry. They are local to, they are associated to that test only. Okay? Cannot use those objects across multiple tests. All right? What else? That's pretty much it. Shared object repository, however, right? They're read-only. So testers cannot edit, right? SOR is read-only. Okay? Also, file extension is .mtr. Let's see. In order to edit the SOR, it must be opened in Object Repository Manager, right? File extension is .tsr. What else? Can be used across multiple tests. Okay. Can be merged with other SORs to create a merged SOR. In real time, which method we use more, object repository or descriptive programming? I want to say descriptive programming. Realistically, as test engineers, senior test engineers, you're going to be using descriptive programming. You could also be using the object repository as well. Explain more about the server where test scripts and shared object repositories are stored. It could be ALM or what our servers could be. Okay. All right, I'll talk about that in a few minutes. What is the best performance, local object repository or shared object repository, and why? Okay. Yes, Alirana. So we would edit on the object repository manager, edit the object repository in the object repository manager, and then come back to the script. But realistically, if you're going to be making changes to your object repository, you would first make those changes and then start creating your script after you have that finalized object repository. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty much done for the day. I'm just answering questions. Okay. Let's see. So this server, on the job, what's going to happen is your UFT, because UFT is a licensed application, so it costs money. Okay. Your organization will not have enough money to give each and every tester, or each and every automation engineer a UFT license to install on their machine. Okay, so instead what they're going to do is they're going to install what's called seat licenses. They're going to install UFT on a server, which everyone will have access to. Okay, or they could have a couple of different servers. So instead of spending money and getting their 20 automation engineers, each one a UFT license, they'll probably do 2 licenses for UFT, and 10 will be on one server, 10 will have access to another server, right? Or some form of that. And so these testers will access from their laptops or their computers. They're going to access the server in which UFT is installed. Okay, and based on their credentials, they would have access to various features of UFT. For example, many testers won't have access to this object repository manager. Okay. Usually that's something that's reserved for a QA lead or a senior test engineer, and so on. So you would access the UFT remotely. Okay. It would not be sitting on your local machine. Whatever files, whatever scripts you create, whatever repositories you create, shared object repositories you create, will be sitting on shared drives, meaning these drives would be accessible by everyone on the team. Okay? That's pretty much all it is. They would be accessible by everyone on the team. Now, if we're talking about ALM, right, our scripts can be saved within ALM as well. Okay? And when we talk about the ALM UFT connectivity a little bit towards the end of the course, we'll talk about that more. But yeah, we can save our scripts and our repositories within ALM as well. Okay. What are the best preference, local object repository or shared object repository, and why? This depends, Mohammed Alam, this depends on the needs of the organization and the needs of your testing. Okay. You can see that having shared object repositories can definitely help us in making our testing more efficient, making our testing less expensive because we're saving space, right? But at the same time, we have drawbacks to that, where if we have a large object repository, it's going to slow down the efficiency of UFT. It's going to take UFT longer to go through the entire object repository, find that specific object that we want to work with, and perform the action on it in the application. Okay, so it just depends on your testing needs, depends on your organization, and so on. All right. MTR. So I'm trying to remember what they stand for. MTR, I believe, stands for MIG test repository. And TSR would be test script repository. I believe that's what it stands for. But again, file extension for a local repository is MTR. File extension for a shared object repository is .tsr. Okay. Let's see. Can we import shared object repository to local object repository? Yes, I don't know if I already answered this or not, but yeah, you can, but you have to first make it into a shared object repository, and then you can import it to the, can we import shared object repository to the local object? Go the other way. No, I'm going to say no on that one. You cannot do that. You can't go from a shared object repository to a local object repository. Well, TSR is test shared repository. Okay, that might be what it is. I don't remember the syntax, what these two stand for. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying? Someone?
Oh, yeah. I was saying like when you're like importing or associating the shared object repository to your test, right? Which is your local test that you are using locally.
No, you're not. You're using it for that test, but that's not. But it's not. It's not associated. It's not a local repository.
No, it's not. But you're using it as a local, right?
No, you're not using it as a local. What you're saying, I understand what you're saying. What you're basically saying is that when you access,
the need of like calling it a local repository.
I understand. But think about it this way. What you're saying, right? I'm going to give you an analogy here. Okay? What you're saying is that this website, admins.com, right? Yeah, it's sitting on the internet, but right now it's on my computer, so it's something that's local on my computer. It's not. Okay? This application is sitting on web servers at this company's, headquarters. Okay? And it's being presented to you. Okay? This application is not local on your machine. This UFT is local on your machine. Okay? UFT is local, it's on your machine.
As the user, it doesn't make any difference to me.
Sorry?
As the user, as the end user, it doesn't make any difference to me.
No, I understand, but you're using UFT, yes, but you have to understand the difference between what a local, so it's not an actual local repository.
It's not.
Okay, we're just using that repository in our test, but we can use it across multiple tests at the same time. Okay, that's one of the benefits of it.
Like, I don't have any privilege to change the state of it, from shared to local.
No, you cannot do that.
I have access to use it.
Yes.
Right? To my, any account.
Yeah, you have access to use it, that's right. What's the benefit of having shared object repository? Okay. So again, benefit of having a shared object repository, right? For one thing, it can be used across multiple tests, right? And so therefore can be used across entire QA teams, okay? Whereas this, right here, associated to that test only, meaning that only one tester can use it for one test script. So it's very limited in the use of the script of the repository. Okay. It can also help us help save space, right? By eliminating duplicate objects. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions, guys? I think I got all of them. Come to VA camp? No, I'm in New York this weekend, so I'll be for the weekend class. I plan to be there next weekend. Okay, guys. If there are, in real time, which method we use more, object repository or descriptive programming? Yeah, Tasneem, I thought I answered this. I'm going to say descriptive programming, okay? Because, and tomorrow when we start talking about descriptive programming, I'll explain why we use descriptive programming and why we don't use the object repository. When we use descriptive programming, we're actually going to be bypassing the object repository, and I'll explain why that is tomorrow. Okay, but with descriptive programming, we, the testers, have complete control over our script, over the logic of our script, and the what exactly is happening within our script. Okay, so generally, if you're getting paid $100,000, you're going to be doing descriptive programming.
While we're doing descriptive programming, we're not, we will not be using the object repository at
I
all.
will not be using object repository.
Nobody does that.
Sorry?
Nobody does that.
You cannot use the object repository when you're using descriptive programming.
I have a question. So, who gives the permission for like who can use each section of the tree? Like who can who gives the permission that this QA section can use the object repository manager?
That's something that would be defined through the credentials that you would have when you're accessing the server itself. That would be someone like the QA manager, QA lead, test lead. That would be determined by them, probably. Okay, who would be giving you access to this object repository manager? It would be generally the QA manager, QA lead, project manager, and so on. Okay. All right, guys. Any other questions? No? Okay. All right, then. I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay? All right. Take care, guys. I'll be in Brooklyn tomorrow, yes. Okay, if you guys want to come there, you guys are more than welcome to come there. All right? But yeah, I'll be in Brooklyn tomorrow. All right, guys. Take care.
Thank you.